Wait, oh, great. We did get that. Yay.
Good.
Hi, Mr. Tillman. Happy birthday, Mr. Tillman. It's 5:30. All right, we would like to call this meeting. Sorry. Sorry. We'll call this meeting to order. And hello, viewing audience and everyone joining us tonight. If you would join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we would ask Mr. Tillman, can you lead us? Everyone stand.
Liberty and justice for all.
It sounds like the screen might have had some technical difficulties. Hopefully everyone can hear. All right,
There was lots of garble. There was a lot of garble.
Yeah. If everyone can mute, Dr. Wyatt, we're done. If everyone can mute their phones, I'm hearing a lot of feedback. We're now at item 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So
Can you
moved.
all hear me?
Second.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Okay, at this time, we're going to ask for items that need to be pulled.
Madam President,
Yes,
Madam President, staff needs to pull consent item 10.6, and we'll be bringing that back at a
10.6.
future date. Yes, please.
Okay. Are there any other items to pull? All right,
No.
there are not. Okay, let me go ahead and pull the vote. All right, Mr. Tillman. I don't know if you all are hearing that feedback that I'm hearing.
We are.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Tillman, you said, okay. Mr. Gallo? You're in mute.
Aye.
Thank you. Dr.
I
Wyatt?
took myself off of mute. Yep.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr.
Aye.
Hill?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina? Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. We are now at 1.4, inspirational message. There is really some technical difficulties going on.
I don't think Danny is broadcast. Danny, we can't hear you talking. Danny, can you sound check? Yeah, Danny. Is anyone
There's
seeing
something
Danny? I
wrong
don't hear
with
him.
your voice.
No,
No.
no,
There's
I'm
something
not.
wrong with your phone, your voice, Danny.
Try to
Danny, why
log
don't
in
you
and
go
perhaps
out and
log back.
come in?
The
Yes.
gibberish is what I heard. I wasn't even aware we were through with the flag salute until we were sitting down. I never heard anything but the noise.
And
Okay.
Danny, you're not.
It might
I don't think you.
might be,
Danny,
Tillman,
can
if
you
you
hear
could
us?
come out.
No, Danny's not.
Okay, I'll call him. Okay, we will move forward with the inspiration and let me see if I can get in touch with him. I'll mute.
Yeah, he left.
Okay. Dr. Volkermer?
Yes, thank you, President Rogers. We're actually going to pull a fast one on you tonight, board. Dr. Flores recently sent me a YouTube clip, and after watching it, I couldn't think of anything more inspirational that I could say or share with you than what was on that clip. It's a true testimony of what students can do when we give them the right opportunities. So we agreed to switch. Dr. Flores is actually going to do the inspirational message this evening, and I'll take her next turn. So enjoy. Dr. Flores?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Volkemer. This following clip is a tribute to teachers from a mariachi youth group from McAllen, Texas, and they did it remotely. And it's an incredible song of Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers. But I want to rededicate it in Appreciation Week for our classified staff, to our ed support professionals, as well as all our teachers. We love you. It's about love, Unchained Melody. This is for you.
Hello, everybody. We hope that everyone is doing well and staying healthy and safe during this difficult time. On behalf of our directors, our parents, McAllen ISD, and all of the members of McAllen High School Mariachi Oro, we would like to dedicate this beautiful selection to all of you.
This is our rendition of the Righteous Brothers' classic ballad, Unchained Melody, whose beautiful words and captivating melody really hit home at a time like this. It is written by Alex North and Hai Zared and arranged by Eddie Lopez. We hope you all enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed putting it together for you.
Oh
All right, I think we're back on. Thank you,
Wow.
Dr. Volkermer, for the bait and switch. Dr. Flores.
Wow.
I actually was looking at my agenda and I thought I pulled up the wrong one when I saw Dr. Flores' name there. I said, oh, that must be the wrong agenda, but clearly it wasn't. Thank you for that. I would love to see our students also featured because I know 2 of our school sites put together this virtual choir and it was really nice. So hopefully we can get that in before the end of the year. It'll be great to see them. Thank you again, Dr. Flores.
Can you hear me?
Mic check on. Yes, we can hear you.
Now?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? I had a question.
Yes, you can. You did.
Dr. Volker, only because I was on a managers meeting on last Thursday, and I know that item for the county is real critical in terms of those meals. Is because the county wanted it pulled? That isn't that the item for Department of Age and Adult Services?
10.6.
10.6, yes. Janie, can
Yes,
you follow up?
Mr. Tillman, they don't have everything complete on their end. We're still moving forward, so it will be a ratification, but our commitment is that everything will come to the board prepared, and they still had reviews going on their end.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're
Good.
welcome.
Thank you for that. But we were checking, and unfortunately, Mr. Tillman was unable to hear us through the whole
I can
process.
hear you.
But you can hear us now. We can hear you. And I think we are now at 2.1, closed session. My understanding, there are no closed session comments. So if not, we're going to, viewing audience, we're going to leave you for a moment and go into our closed session and we will return. Thank you. Nice. I think our board members are coming back one by one.
Can you see and hear me?
I
Lynn?
can't see you, but I heard, okay, I hear you. I can't see you.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Danny.
Okay, and there you are, Mr. Gallo. Okay. And Dr. Flores and Ms. Rosales Medina, are you back?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, I just can't. Okay, there you go. I didn't see Dr. Flores or Dr. Hill.
I'm here, Dr.
Okay.
Flores.
All right, great. Okay, I think we have enough to return so we can keep going. Thank you to the communication team for during our public or during our closed session for showing some of our graduates that we've been highlighting. That was nice. All right. We are at item 4.1, no, I'm sorry, 3.1, Director of Accountability and Educational Technology. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee, Director of Accountability and Educational Technology, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Is there a
I move
vote?
to approve. Move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. If there's no discussion, we will vote. Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman. Mr. Tillman, are you on mute? I can see you. Dr. Flores
Aye.
and Gwen Rogers, aye. Thank you, motion carried. We are now at 4.1, public hearing for Ballington Academy for the Arts and Science Charter Renewal. Open our public hearing. All right. And there are some comments.
They'll do the video first.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Good evening, board members. My name is Shannon Brandner, and I'm the principal at Ballington Academy. During these unprecedented times, we are grateful for creative and innovative ways of sharing our school program with you. Please take a moment to enjoy our stakeholders discussing our high-quality and innovative program. We look forward to our continued work with you as we continue to serve the students and families of San Bernardino.
I will act in a safe and healthy way. I will respect the rights of others. I will have a growth mindset. I will take responsibility for my learning. Today and every day, I will be at it sharp.
My name is Christy Harris. I'm a civil engineer with a 25-year career in highway and bridge construction. I'm also the board president for Ballington Charter Academy, and I'm here to request approval for petition on behalf of the board. For the last 8 years, I've worked exclusively on highways and bridges in San Bernardino County. I first encountered Ballington when a friend from church, who is a teacher at Ballington, asked me to come speak to her class about what I do for a living. I immediately fell in love with the school, the staff, and of course the kids. At this point in our state and national history, we have a dire need for STEM disciplines, that is science, technology, engineering, and math. The United States has long been a leader in STEM disciplines, but we are facing a technology worker shortage which will put our nation's technological innovation in jeopardy. One of the reasons I became involved in Ballington Charter Academy was because of their dynamic emphasis on innovative, interactive learning, because of the emphasis on developing young scholars in math and science, and because of the genuine care for each student. You only need to walk in the door of a Ballington Charter Academy to witness the active caring and support for the students. In a relatively short period of time, this school is becoming a cornerstone of the San Bernardino community. Today's young scholars are the leaders of tomorrow. On behalf of Ballington Charter Academy Board, I respectfully request approval for this petition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
At Ballington, we serve a high-need population. 94% of our students participate in the free and reduced lunch program, and we have a 98% overall unduplicated pupil population. Our program focuses on a strong social-emotional program in addition to the academic rigor. Teachers receive intensive and high-quality professional development throughout the year in research-based strategies through project-based learning, Kagan, and Avid Elementary. These programs create highly engaging and emotionally safe classrooms where teachers can deliver innovative and proven instructional strategies. The results are clear, as norm-based internal assessments demonstrate growth across all subgroups during the 1920 school year. Although our time with our students was limited this year, we know our academic rigor and overall engagement will provide students with the tools they need to succeed in the years to come.
My name is Marissa Robles, and I am a first-year teacher at Ballington Academy, teaching first grade. I choose Ballington for the innovative ways of learning using Kagan strategies, Avid strategies, and rigorous activities. Every day, I choose to work with children, not leave anybody behind, and focus on building community and building relationships.
I am here to commend the staff at Ballington for their commitment to their students. As a third-year returning family for the coming 2021 school year, we are pleased with the staff's cordial professionalism, engagement, and cheerful environment they provide. I have countlessly seen staff individually acknowledge students by name, provide them praise with high fives, jokes, brain teasers, songs, and dances. This family-friendly environment reassures me the staff has the students' well-being at heart. In relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, students immediately had access to education via telecommute.
Hi, my name is Theo. I go to Ballington Academy. I am in first grade. I like my school a lot. I like my school because I learn new things. I also like my school because I have friends, and the teachers are friendly, funny, and professional, and they care about us, and I like the trees and the lunch.
Good evening, San Bernardino City Board of Trustees, Dr. Wagner, and San Bernardino District staff. My name is Doreen Mills, and I am personally want to thank you for the opportunity to come to you and share with you Ballington Academy's public hearing. I know over the last few months it has been extremely difficult, and I just hope that you and your family are safe and healthy at this difficult time. Albert Einstein tells us, in the middle of difficulty, there is an opportunity. Ballington Academy is hopeful to use this opportunity, albeit virtual, to demonstrate to you the tremendous accomplishments that we have done over the last 5 years that you have placed your trust in us. I am confident, as in other meetings with you, if we were in your boardroom, there would be a large outpour of students, families, and community demonstrating our support for the Ballington Academy Charter Schools renewal. Ballington Academy came to you 5 years ago and committed to you that we would develop an educational program that was responsive to students' needs, was engaging, robust, and rigorous. Ballington Academy, as a growing charter school, continues to work on building its fiscal reserve, and in addition to that, has secured a strong line of credit to support the many different essential needs, such as curriculum and technology, that we need to bring our educational program to life. Happily, our first day of school, we started with 44 students, and since then, consistently, every single year, we have averaged over 175 students. Ballington has always said the single most essential ingredient for the life of a young child and to build strong, healthy communities is education.
Welcome to Volunteers of America, Ballington Academy for the Arts and Science. We provide an engaging, student-centered, standards-based education that supports the whole child. Ballington offers specialty classes in engineering, music, visual arts, and technology. Students begin with learning basic skills. As they grow, they apply these skills to enhance their learning experience. Ballington teaches a Common Core curriculum. Students integrate the arts and language to enhance student engagement and social development. At the same time, teachers focus on building resiliency, communication skills, self-regulation, and social-emotional competency. In engineering, students explore and develop technical coding skills. Students work collaboratively to code their individual robots and then compete with their peers on presentation, performance, and technique. At Ballington, students often work collaboratively with partners or in small groups to solve problems and their shared learning process with peers and teachers. To help promote higher order thinking skills, Ballington Academy teaches students note-taking skills that allow them to chunk their ideas, ask probing questions, and organize ideas into essential detailed thought. Ballington Academy, we seek to instill a growth mindset in all of our students. Together with community partners, the school provides a caring, nurturing environment. Ballington is committed to the development of lifelong learning, equipping students with the skills they need to be successful in the 21st century. At Ballington, when our doors open, your child's future begins.
I like how the teachers have like a motivational type of way of teaching kids. It helps us try to keep average strong and not give up. So there's this thing that we say in the school is growth mindset, and we just keep trying, don't give up. If you can't do it, you just say, I can't do this yet, instead of saying, I can't do this. And I like making new friends here every day, and my favorite subject in school is math. I like Ballington Academy because you can make new friends. You can learn about math, reading, critical reading, and division, multiplication. You can make a lot of new friends. There's delicious food.
Thank you. All right. And Karen, I believe you're coming on with some additional.
Yes, you're correct. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Board, bear with me. I have several comments that I need to read for you. The first one is from Stacy Waters. She's an instructional coach. Ballington has dedicated teachers, administration, and staff. The campus works with the parents and students to provide a resourceful learning environment. Please vote to continue this viable learning option in San Bernardino. The next one is Andrea Lamett, a parent. Thanks to Ballington Academy, my child is thriving. Even after moving where other schools were now closer to home, we still chose Ballington. They care about the students and the families of their students as well. I would recommend Ballington Academy to any other child in the area. In fact, I'm having a second child who will also be attending. Iris Perez, parent. I am a mother. My son attends Ballington Academy, and it has been a unique experience for him. As parents, we have always been careful to check properly where our children study, and this school has been a blessing since there is a group of teachers that are trained and dedicated to teaching. Many congratulations for such a beautiful job. 100% Ballington. This one's from Bilma. The Ballington Academy School has helped my children a lot, especially my son Jonathan, that went since starting first grade. At his other school, he was a very insecure child and he didn't have friends. His teacher helped him a lot. Now he is more social and has friends. All of the staff is very attentive and kind. The coordinator and the principal help the parents and children. It is a very good school. It is just a pity that they only go up to 5th grade. My son is in the 4th grade and my daughter is in the 1st. Next one is from Lydia Nazario. Ballington has been a blessing for me since my daughter is in kindergarten, and Ballington helps with an after-school program, which is perfect for us who have to work, and has been keeping an eye on the children during this contingency times. Thank you, Ballington team. Selena Harris. Vote yes for Ballington. Deshania Garnett. Vote yes for Ballington. Lydia Redens. Without the Ballington School, family times would be very difficult. It has been the most important aspect of our family unit, encouraging, protective, and inspiring to our family. Melissa Mansour. My family loves Ballington. It's an awesome school. I couldn't be more satisfied with the staff and the education of my children. Margaret Navarro. Ballington Academy is one of the best schools because they have Mrs. Venus there to meet each child with a happy good morning and hug, and also greets parents as they drop off their children. This is so special to start your day with such a happy attitude. Every staff there knows our child by name, and parents know staff, which is like a family environment. I compare what my granddaughter has learned at Ballington versus what other children her age have learned at the school district I live in, and Ballington excels them. I'm very happy of the way teachers have been putting classwork together for our children to do and making it fun. And the principal has been communicating with children and parents during this pandemic. Good staff. Tiffany Moore. My son Joshua has excelled greatly in this school. I appreciate the willingness of the teachers and staff to work closely with the kids. My son is a 2nd grader testing as high as 4th grade language arts, and I have Ballington Academy to thank for that. They have a partnership with South Coast Community Services that helps my son with problem solving and social skills. They are proactive with helping students become productive citizens. I am happy to recommend Ballington to any parent looking for a great school. Adia Pena. This is a great school for my kids, and they are great teachers. Stacy Waters. Ballington Academy is an educational family that focuses on student needs and individually guides students to academic success. San Bernardino needs Ballington. Vote yes to renew their charter. Marissa Robles. Vote yes on Ballington. Elizabeth Tapia Sanchez. My child receives more attention and tends to be more focused due to her recognition and improvements. This makes her proud to learn and continue her milestones in her education. Juden Pytel. Ballington has made an amazing impact on the San Bernardino community, giving both parents and students the opportunity for high quality learning and investing in their children's futures. Angel Mason Broderick. I support Ballington Academy and urge you to vote yes for their renewal. I had the pleasure of visiting the campus. The students are absolutely incredible and the teachers are amazing. Rachel Hill. My child loves Ballington. Marcus Hill. Ballington Academy is a great place for my son. Jessica Valdez. My child is currently attending this school and has been there since kindergarten. I have seen so much growth in him educationally and developmentally. I am so grateful for him to be in a smaller school where he can get more attention and the various staff members know and recognize us. It is easy to get mixed up and blend in with hundreds of families in large schools. I don't even mind going out of my way to go to this school. My whole family loves it, and I really wish they were able to grow and get a few more grades in there. I know so many members of the school family who also love it. Despite the stay-at-home orders, we have been engaging with them in many ways and are able to continue learning and connecting with peers. Shannon Gomez. Please renew their charter. Tara Whitfield. I've been part of Volunteers of America for 8 years and part of Ballington since it opened. It's a wonderful school. Many of my former students and their siblings have attended this school. Each of them love the school and staff. It's a great environment for children, and I hope to send my son there one day in the future. Shishi Trailer. There are parents at Volunteer of America that have children attending the school. Also, VOA is working hard remotely to keep the education of the children moving forward, as well as employees in the loop of what we can do as teachers for the parents and for teachers. Please keep the education moving forward for our community and keep it safe. Sandra Kosilian. Bellington provides essential, much-needed programs for the community. Cheryl Lynn Russell, they are wonderful. Kirsty Hameliers, Ballington Academy is a great school to work at. Administration is very supportive of our professional and personal growth and is always available and willing to help us get better at serving our amazing community. Kim Given, she is in support of Ballington. Deidre Kidd, Ballington Academy is needed in the San Bernardino area. The children need a place where people care and quality work is being presented. Natalie Zabala, our family loves Bellington. My son has been with Bellington ever since they opened, and we have loved it ever since then. Please don't take away Ballington from the kids. Vote yes for Ballington. Jeanette Williams, Ballington is a very good school and the parents love being there. It is also in a good area. P. Cole. We need schools that target low-income parents. Parents need to have a choice in the schools their children attend. Andrea Gomez. Please allow Ballington to remain open and grant their new charter. Wendy McCabe. Please allow Ballington to keep their charter. Alicia Gomez. Cheers for Ballington Charter School. They love their students. Ariana Elizabeth Gomez. Love to volunteer at Ballington, reading to the kindergartners. Madonna M. McCabe. Keep all STEAM-focused schools open. Ballington rocks. Noelle R. Gomez. Ballington has done wonders for our community. Please grant their charter. S.L. Gomez. Ballington is a great addition to our community. Parents enjoy the convenience of having all their children in one building. We house 0 to 5 and K to 5th grade. Please grant our charter so parents can have the comfort of knowing their children are together, safe, and loved by our professional staff. Jose Gomez Marquez. Ballington is a school where parents can have all their children together. Please grant them their charter. Julia Pipping. Ballington Academy is a wonderful elementary school at which to teach. The administration is very caring and supportive of the staff, the students, and the families we serve. Our goal is to meet each child's needs and prepare them for high school and eventually college. We are an avid school, use Kagan techniques, and are blessed to have music, art, and technology classes as part of STEAM. I love teaching there. Diana Suzuki. I teach at Ballington and I love teaching there. The administration and staff are great and supportive of everyone and the school. This really allows us teachers to educate our students in so many ways. Our students are great and hardworking. As a whole, we make a great team with great minds to help develop all of us to be our greater selves. Ballington has a great learning environment. I love teaching there. Krista Vicario. Our family absolutely loves Ballington. Enrolling our child was the best decision that my husband and I ever made. Ashley Lasoya. Ballington Academy is a great program. It offers the children of San Bernardino the opportunity for a great academic foundation. The staff cares about their students and want to see their students succeed. Monique Pugh. Ballington staff is amazing. When my son first started at this school, he had a difficult time with keeping his hands to himself and not listening. The staff at Ballington were so patient with him and took time out to help solve the issue with different types of interventions until the issue was finally resolved. I'm very grateful for all the staff's hard work and efforts for not only my son, but every student and family individually. Yemi Flores. Our family loves Ballington. Vote yes for Ballington. Valerie Hernandez. My students, after graduating, most of them have gone to this school. I still keep in contact with these parents as well as my students, and they say to me how they liked the school and the hours of operation. Always hears good positive feedback. Evelia Ornelas. Ballington is a very welcome school. I am so pleased with all the teachers and students. We love Ballington. And the last one is from Fatima Christerna Adame. She's the, what is she? She's the Senior Director in Southern California for the California Charter Schools Association. I represent the association in recommending the renewal for Ballington Academy for the Arts and Sciences as a San Bernardino City Unified School District authorized charter school. Ballington Academy is a member in good standing of our association and in our opinion meets the legal standard for renewal under California Education Code 47607. The California Charter Schools Association is the membership and professional organization serving the vast majority of the over 1,300 public charter schools in the state of California. Our mission is to increase student achievement by strengthening and expanding access to high-quality public charter school education. CCSA has worked with the leadership at Ballington Academy over the last 4 years. They are providing programs for students throughout the community that families want, and approval of the renewal would allow the organization to ensure that continued and expanded services are available to students under their care. Ballington has an innovative educational experience for students. They take a hands-on project-based approach to teaching science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. In addition, after schools were mandated to close, they were able to adapt their program within weeks and fully transition to distance learning. They have also been a food hub for families by hosting monthly food pantry distributions. CCSA supports this school and respectfully urges you to renew the petition. I have had the pleasure of visiting the school on several occasions over the years and found that the program is a wonderful opportunity for students to excel in their elementary educational goals. If you have any questions regarding our support of these charter schools, please do not hesitate to contact me or anyone at CCSA. And that's it for the comments.
Okay, thank you, Karen. All right, if there are no more comments, we will take a vote. I can't hear. Are you all on mute?
Madam President, this is just a public
What's the
hearing.
vote? Yeah, I don't think
I
there's
think
a vote.
this is a public hearing. This is a public hearing.
I'm sorry. I'm clicking on to read right now. Okay, on February 18, 2020, Ms. Shannon Bradner led petition for the Ballington Academy for the Arts and Science submitted a charter renewal to the Charter School Operation Department. A public hearing will be held at this time to consider the level of support. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the charter renewal of Ballington Academy for the Arts and Science, San Bernardino, and adopts the resolution effectuating that action. What's the matter?
Well, I thought we weren't renewing a charter this time. I don't understand. I didn't think that was what we were doing tonight.
Shouldn't be.
Dr. Mitchell, could we have you speak to the process, please?
Yes, so the charter that we've approved already, Ballington is already one of our approved charters. At the end of their charter, they submit applications for renewal. The renewal period is typically 5 years. They have submitted their renewal. The first step in the process is that we have a public hearing to hear support from the community for the charter. That's why they have submitted a video detailing their instructional program. The principal has talked a little bit to the board, and then they've had their school community talk to the board in terms of their support for the renewal of the charter. At this point, the board will hear a hearing. You have done that. That's the law. The next thing that you'll see is a a adoption or approval or denial of the 5-year charter renewal.
Okay, I'll move to approve. I'll move to approve.
Okay, I heard
Margaret
a,
Hill, second.
and, okay, I heard that as well. Dr. Volkner, were you adding something? Or you just?
I just wanted to clarify what I heard Dr. Mitchell say was that an action by the board to either approve or deny the renewal will come at a later date. Is that correct, Dr. Mitchell?
Yes, that's correct. Today, right now, it's strictly a public hearing, and it doesn't take an action by the board.
Okay.
You don't need an action. All right. All right. I saw renewal.
Okay, that was my.
I got you, but I saw renewal.
Let me withdraw my motion then.
Okay,
Yeah, that's why I was asking, guys.
Yeah, the word renewal kind of threw me. All right, I'll close the public hearing then. And I need to double.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'm getting advisement from staff that the board must vote tonight, so I apologize. You're
So we
correct.
need to take, okay, so it is a renewal then.
Okay, then let me
All right,
reintroduce my motion.
And I apologize.
Open back up the public hearing. It's back open. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Reintroduce.
I reintroduce my motion to approve.
Got it. And
Margaret, you're gonna second it
First
again?
time, and I gladly second it the second time.
Okay, all right. So we're back on the
Right.
Darlington renewal. Okay, so we will take a vote. Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman. Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores? Oh, Mr.
Aye.
Tillman? Okay, and Mr. Tillman, I didn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. I think his computer is messing up again. Yeah, he's starting.
I'll hold his thumb up or down.
Mr. Tillman, can you hold it? There you go. His thumb is up. And Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Thank you. And Gwen Rogers, aye. All right, motion carried. I'm going to double back to 3.1, and I'm gonna open that back up for a vote. I need to read in the name of the person being appointed. So I'm gonna read this again. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee, Director of Accountability and Educational Technology, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, and that is Michelle Cleveland. So can I get a vote on that so we can clean up that vote, please?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Let's vote. Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Put your thumb up. Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
And did I get Dr. Wyatt?
You did not, but
Okay.
aye.
Not miss.
And Mr. Gallo?
Aye. This is
And
your
Gwen
random.
Rogers,
This
aye.
is your random board, random name generator on vote order.
And that was an aye for me, Karen. And motion carried. And we want to congratulate Michelle Cleveland if she's watching. So congratulations. All right. Moving back to item 5.1. Do we have our student board members on the line tonight? Any of our student board members? Okay. I'm not hearing any. Okay. We will now move to 6.1, public comments. Public comments is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district. comments on programs, services, or operations of the district, or fiscal matters of the district, pursuant to the provisions of the governor's executive order N 2920 dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended, with the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building. Members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district website and Facebook. Comments will be read by a facilitator. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Karen?
Okay, I'm ready. I have about
Yes.
11 public comments.
Okay.
Okay, the first one is from Kara Hills. And she asks, is our schedule going to change in any way, such as time or length? The next one is from Livia Servin, a parent, and she says, I am an elementary parent. I'm extremely concerned due to the fact that our children have missed 1/3 of the school year, which means that a lot of our children will not be ready for the next year. Do you have any plans set for filling those academic gaps in students? I have another question. Is there any summer school available through distance learning? Next one is from Tracy Roach. She's a parent. I'm concerned the schools will continue online distance learning instead of starting back at school in August. My kids have been having connection issues since school closed. It took several weeks to get technology, and when I did, the hotspots didn't work. I finally got new hotspots, and they still get kicked off in the middle of class. The district just doesn't seem prepared to continue online distance learning. I'm trying to voice my concern as a parent, wanting the best learning experience for my kids, and online learning just isn't working for them. I don't think I'm alone in this because my kids' classes only have half the students showing up online than in person. The next one is from Shirley Jean, and she's an SPCUSD adapted PE teacher. I am an innovation grant winner for 2020, and I wrote a grant to implement the MOVE program, which focuses on incorporating the mobility program to increase the functionality of students with orthopedic impairments, to increase independence in the areas of transitioning, bearing weight, gross motor skills, and peer interaction, to name a few. Will grant recipients still receive the awarded monies to implement programs post-COVID? Also, as an adapted PE teacher, I travel to 25 schools within the district, and I work hands-on with students to assist them with object control, throwing, catching, kicking, and locomotor skills. Will I still be able to travel from school to school and teach students who may be medically fragile or have a pre-existing condition that requires my service when school returns in the fall due to social distance? What about the sterilization of the equipment that I have to carry and use from school to school? Who is responsible to sterilize and clean the equipment following each school? I have equipment that is over 10 years old. There are days when I travel to 6 to 7 schools in one day, and it would be very time consuming and difficult to service all students, assess, and clean equipment following every session, because I also have tight time frames due to lunch periods, recess periods, and schedules of other service providers. One of the suggestions that you may want to consider is to purchase the basic APE equipment for each school site so that it does not have to travel to several schools. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your response. The next one is from Lori Para, a parent. Oh, okay. Tonight I have 3 questions and concerns. First question, why are students not getting enough virtual teaching during distance learning from their actual teachers? Last week, I read in the San Bernardino Sun newspaper an article about how any public students from K-12 can access a free online public education through Springs Charter School during COVID-19. Since San Bernardino City Unified offers an alternative learning center for independent studies from 1st through 12th grade and have been providing independent studies for years now, shouldn't our teachers already be teaching our students virtually just like charter schools do? I recall Ms. Abigail Medina mentioning a while back, wondering if our district may lose some students and parents next school year from charter schools. Second question, how often are teachers supposed to check up on their students through Google Meet to teach and go over students' assignments for that week? Reason I am asking, I only notice a couple of high school teachers who will, and some teachers are just giving students assignments that are already pre-made from online websites, knowing students can just look up the questions and find the key answers. There hasn't been any actual teaching. Remind you, a majority of high school students will be passed to the next grade level and not be really prepared if teachers aren't virtually teaching the students. As it is the last couple of months, all students have lost out on their education from no virtual actual teaching and not having consistent set days of new assignments being posted by their teachers. My last question, are RSP case carriers getting SAI paraprofessional support during distance learning to support their IEP RSP students? Or are SAI paraprofessionals not getting paid at this time? It seems SAI paraprofessionals could really help support many IEP struggling RSP students and RSP case carriers during their distance learning. I would like for our parents, guardians, and fosters to have an online and mailed out paper survey asking for inputs on what we're noticing in areas that can improve during distance learning. Parents and students need to know that they will be held accountable for their distance learning come fall semester if stay-at-home order is still in place for the next school year. Thank you for your time and looking forward to hearing back with a response to all my questions. Lizzie Rios, a parent. Please consider having a drive-through graduation for the class of 2020. A postponed graduation date is appreciated, but we prefer to celebrate our graduates in real time. Thank you for taking this request into consideration. Myra Reiner, a parent. Hi, I'm a parent of a senior. Just like many parents and students of the class of 2020, we want to know why we are not choosing to do a drive-through graduation like many schools in San Bernardino County have already done, like Etiwanda, Los Osos, Montclair, and so many more. These schools are also having a ceremony at a later date for their students. This does not take away from their goal of a ceremony at a later date for their seniors. When we had a survey sent to us regarding what we wanted to do, drive-through graduation was never on that list. Drive-through graduations is now on the list that came directly from San Bernardino County of what is allowed. So why is this not an option for our schools? My fear is that this promise to have a ceremony at a later date may not come with all the cuts our schools will be facing this coming school year. Drive-through graduation will give our seniors the ability to walk on stage and receive that diploma as their families cheer them on inside their cars. Thank you. Okay, Rosa Avina, a parent, asked what is being done to help children so that they do not fall behind in their learning. When will schools open again? Next one is from Alfredo Aguero. My name is Alfredo Aguero. I am a community organizer in the special education area and founder of the support group Parents Empowering Parents in Special Education. I want to make different comments today that I believe are very important for all of our community. First, I want to let you know that by asking for all that information to be able to participate in public comments violates the Brown Act codes. Government Code Division 2, Chapter 9, meetings 54950 through 54963, Section 54953.3 A member of the public shall not be required as condition to attend at a meeting of a legislative body of a local agency to register his or her name, to provide other information, to complete a questionnaire, or otherwise to fulfill any condition precedent to his or her attendance. After letting you know this, I will move on to the following. First, that the LCAP meeting scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, 5/20, does not give many people the opportunity to participate. First, because it is difficult to log into the webpage to register, and many people do not have computers, internet, or don't know how to access this webpage, since the main webpage on the website does not have a posting about these meetings, board and LCAP. This part to register for comments, I found it on Facebook. Another thing is that you give us 24 hours in advance to register, and we don't know if there will be an opportunity to give public comments in general or about agenda topics. Government Code Division 2, Chapter 9, meetings 54950 through 54963, Section 54954.2, AB I342. For a meeting occurring on and after January 1, 2019 of a legislative body of a city, county, special district, school district, or political subdivision established by the state that has an internet website, the following provisions shall apply. A, an online posting of an agenda shall be posted on the primary internet website homepage of a city, county, special district, school district, or political subdivision established by the state that is accessible through a prominent direct link to the current agenda. The direct link to the agenda shall not be in a contextual menu. However, a link in addition to the direct link to the agenda may be accessible through a contextual menu. You are doing everything with the excuse of the COVID-19 pandemic that we are going through at the moment. But I want to tell you that the confusion pandemic is permanent, since for many years, these problems have existed. They are not new. About tomorrow's Wednesday LCAP presentation and today's board presentation, I believe that they should give us an option to obtain the documents about the topics that will be presented at these meetings. I am very interested in knowing about the programs for students in the parenting program, foster care, English learner, and special education. Thank you for your time, and I hope we are able to talk about these programs, since it is very important that students know about the programs that exist to help them. Okay, and two more. This one is from Roxana C. In regards to the different SBCUSD's department and school meetings, I would like to see only one platform or app being used, since with the internet and our devices being swamped, it is difficult to access the information. Also, I am asking you to consider having public links for meetings and or workshops, because by asking us to fill out a form each time there is one, limits the stakeholders' participation, especially for parents who have not fully mastered using technology. If it is possible, have these meetings and workshops recorded and available for future use, as it is done for these San Bernardino School City Board meetings. Thank you for your attention. Stay safe. And the last one is from Esmeralda Negrete, and it says, good evening. To celebrate the promotions of all 6th grade students, I ask for your consideration to recommend that all elementary schools display a farewell message for all 6th grade students from this week till the end of the school year. Thank you. And that's it.
All right, thank you. And we just want to remind the public, we know that we're in a different kind of time with receiving your comments. However, all of those comments have information on there, and Dr. Volkemer and the staff will be getting back to you. So thank you.
Can you hear me, Gwen?
Yes, I can hear you now.
The computer guy fixed the computer.
Okay, good. It's clear too. Good, good, good. All right. So 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Do we have someone on the line?
Thank you, President Rogers.
Hello.
Good evening, members of the board, President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Cabinet. I am Ashley Bias-Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. And I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. First, I would like to acknowledge the work of our education support professionals, our classified brothers and sisters who work alongside us in our schools every day. Thank you for the work that you do to support our members and our students. I also want to acknowledge that May 6th was National School Nurse Day. And I want to sincerely thank our 24 school nurses who have dedicated their careers to caring for the health needs of our students and staff. You are appreciated and you are definitely essential. I also want to let the board know that as we continue discussions around what the future will look like as this pandemic continues to unfold, our school nurses are vital under normal circumstances, and especially now as we explore how we will reopen our schools. SBTA expects that the board will ensure that these positions are a priority. 24 school nurses is also simply not enough for a district of our size, even under normal circumstances. That is a ratio of over 2,000 students per nurse. The California School Nurse Organization recommends 1 nurse per 750 healthy students, 1 nurse per 225 students needing daily interventions. These are our students that may be diabetic or have other daily medical needs. 1 nurse per 125 students with complex health needs. These are our medically fragile special ed students and other students who may be part of our general education population that just may also have complex health issues. I sure hope that you will keep this data in mind as these numbers are now pre-COVID-19. Our current unprecedented circumstances has elevated the role of the school nurse in service to our students. Tonight, the district will be presenting updated information on the school district budget. Since the May revise was released last week by Governor Newsom, the legislature has just begun discussing the budget, and we expect they will act prior to the statutory deadline of June 30th. We understand that the state and our district are facing an unprecedented shortfall, bigger than what we experienced over multiple years during the 2008 recession. Again, I want to remind the board of my comments from the last meeting. SBTA wants to be able to assure our members that the district is making sound decisions with all of the knowledge we have available to us, whether it's around the budget or the reopening of schools. We need to be assured that the district is using current data and facts in these decisions and recommendations. And there are still many unknowns. The legislature just came back into session, and the governor and CDE have yet to issue much guidance. We perceive that many decisions will be made at the local level, and many will need to go through formal negotiations with our unit. SBTA will continue to be a collaborative partner on decisions that affect our bargaining unit, if and only if we continue to be included in these conversations. And finally, I would like to speak to you on action item 11.2, Charter Facilities Agreement with Savant Prep Academy. It is alarming to me that here we are in the midst of a global pandemic when schools are currently closed, and the district has brought forth to the board an action item to approve a co-location of a charter school, Savant Prep Academy, on the Del Vallejo Middle School campus beginning this fall. How is it that we're currently discussing how to physically distance students to come back to our campuses, and here we are giving away 11 of our classrooms to a charter to co-locate on a campus? Our staff and our students should be a priority. How can the district be sure that these classrooms won't be needed by our students and staff to physically distance under current CDC guidelines? A co-location also brings more staff and students to the DVMS campus, which furthers the potential for the virus to spread. I would also like to point out that several classrooms that were selected, SE 1 through 5, were built specifically for special ed units and are unique to our special day class settings. Don't the special education students and staff at Del Vallejo take priority? They have the right to use those classrooms first. I'm also concerned about the facilities monies that will be spent in order to adapt a middle school campus to accommodate an elementary school. Again, the priority of these funds should be to our students first. Safety of students should also be the #1 priority. The locations of the classrooms, specifically A3, A4, C12, C13, D10, and 11, make it impossible to completely separate the two schools as the Ed Code requires. How can we ensure the safety of all staff and students attending both schools when we are cramming more bodies onto one campus? At this time, I strongly urge the board to table this co-location decision due to these concerns, and most importantly, because of the fact that we are under unprecedented circumstances of a global pandemic. If you do not table this, then it is our staff and students who will suffer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now we're at item 7.2, California School Employees Association. Is there a representative?
This is Shane Dishman.
Hello.
Hello, President Rogers. How are you doing this evening?
Good, thank you.
So this is Shane Dishman, First Vice President of CSEA for the state of California and the administrator of Chapter 183. Good evening to the school board, the superintendents, and everybody on this phone call. All my brothers and sisters are out there listening online. You know, as I enter this phase where I start to slowly back away from being in charge, tonight I'm going to have two of the board members, Nercy Garcia, the secretary, and Miguel Villalobos, in charge of negotiations, give their comments tonight. I'm very proud of both of them. They've stepped up to the plate during this terrible, terrible time, and they are representing all of the 2,300 brothers and sisters of Chapter 183, the essential workers of Santa Barbara. So if I could, or San Bernardino, sorry, I was at an earlier meeting. If I could get Nercy to speak first.
I'm here.
Go ahead, Nercy.
Good evening, President Rogers, Dr. Volkmer, and board members. Thank you for your time. My name is Nercy Garcia. I am currently at Personnel Commission as a Secretary 3, and I'm also the Secretary for Chapter 183. First and foremost, I would like to wish all of the classified employees a happy Employee Appreciation Week. We want you to know we are truly grateful for what you do for the students and community. Also, thank you to all classified workers who are working in the front lines. We would like to acknowledge your hard work and labor during this unprecedented times. Thank you.
Miguel?
Yes, good evening, board members. To start off with, I would like to thank the school board, the district, and all its leaders for their service and their commitment for our students, as well as the employees of the San Bernardino Unified School District. Your leadership and guidance in the important decisions have lasting effects. Just as in federal headship, the nation's president makes decisions that could affect the nation positively or negatively. The same goes with your service. The decisions you make as the Board of Education can have lasting positive or negative effects on the district and its stakeholders. Seeing that this week is Classified Employees Week, I would like to not only thank all of our classified employees for all that they do, their efforts and commitment is vital part of this district. They partake in keeping the district and its functions running like a well-oiled machine. The services that our essential workers are providing during this time throughout all classifications is the driving factor of this district during these uncertain times. We would like to thank them not only for their service, but also for the risks that they are assuming to have the district continue to run at an optimal level even during these times. CSEA's leaders, specifically those of the local chapter 183, would like to remind you all not only of how essential all of our unit members are, whether they are on the front lines as essential employees or following government orders and recommendations through the stay-at-home order, working remotely, continually providing their services to the district. All employees are essential, if not vital, to the overall goal and the functions of the district. This is why we remind the board of its vital role in the decisions that drive this district, and as stated previously, for the lasting positive or negative effects these decisions will bring. This is why during these times where you will be going over aspects of the budgets and the possible effects that they might have on future decisions, we, the classified employees as a whole, would like to ask that you take into consideration that we are all essential. District leaders in guidance and direction, teachers in education, and classified in the overall operations of the district. Again, we all have a vital role, and classified staff play that vital role in the everyday operations. From the clerks that process essential functions, to the secretaries that shadow admin to ensure operations and functions, to aides that assist teachers in the education part, to the custodians that ensure a clean and welcoming environment for students and staff, to maintenance and operations, ensuring that essential items are in working order, etc. And we can go on. But we would like to ask that you'd consider and exhaust all other possibilities of handling the district's deficits before even entertaining the idea of making decisions that can affect any and all parts of our classified employees' employment and contract. Using the resources at your disposal for committees, research, budget analysis, etc., to take on the budget issues while preventing any negative effects on the district's classified workforce. In these times, we should be reminded that we need to stand together. And as you stand with us in taking this commitment, the classified workforce will also stand with you in continuing to provide our services to the essential functions of this district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are those all of the comments for California School? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you still there?
Yes, thank you very much, President Rogers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. 7.3, Communication Workers of America. Is there a representative? 7.4, is there a representative for San Bernardino School Police Officers on the line? All right. If not, we will go to item 8.1. The governor's May revised budget and local control accountability plan update.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, tonight we want to bring you an update on our budget situation, what we are calling the crisis born of the crisis. Since the governor's May revised last Thursday, various agencies have been scrambling to kind of unpack the guts of what the revise actually contains and what it actually means for school districts across California. So we want to qualify that we've been getting new information as early as this afternoon to build into this presentation. That's why you got it a little bit later than we would have hoped. But we wanted to make sure we could bring everything that we have to date. And again, not all of the information has been provided yet. But to put it into perspective, I'm going to share something that Ashley actually shared. We did not rehearse this, by the way. She shared it the other day, and it was a fairly sobering comment. And it said the amount of cuts that we're taking in 1 year for 2020-21 are about equivalent to the cuts we took in the 3 years of the Great Recession. That's a daunting task and really is a sobering circumstance. And so we want to bring you our most updated information. We are going to recommend that because we're still in process, we want to be able to come back on September 28th, I apologize, May 28th for a special board meeting to be able to give you far more concrete numbers and strategies in terms of cutting the amount of money that we're going to need to cut. So I'll turn it over to Janie at this time. And I want to give a sincere thank you to Janie and Janet King and all of the fiscal services staff. They have been working morning, noon, and night, weekends, et cetera, to try to interpret what the revise means and specifically what it means to us. So I want to thank the team for doing yeoman's work for that. Janie.
Thank you, Dr. Volkamer. Good evening, board and community. Wow, the last couple of months have been just crazy, and as we've seen what what COVID has done to our economy, we are seeing it reflected in our projected budget as well. So as Dr. Volkamer said, we pulled together the best information we have today. We know it's going to be a long process with our union partners and our community to work through this, because it will most likely be a few years of very difficult budget times and budget decisions. Next slide, please. Topics for this evening. There's a lot of unknowns with the economy, the trajectory of the virus itself, and we've seen the impact of being shut down for 2 months, what it's had on our economy. So we're going to look at the governor's May revision this evening. We'll look at Prop 98, and Prop 98 is how K-14 is funded, and we are directly tied to the economy as the state budget is. And reiterating what what Ashley said and Dr. Volkamer about just the huge impact in such a short amount of time. We're going to look and give you our best estimates, and we feel they're pretty close, on the impact to our budget, where we're headed, and next steps. And this is a journey. It's going to take some time. Next slide, please. So we have to say that the governor did a lot to reduce the cuts to education. It's still a huge number and just horrific cuts, but he utilized the large reserves. He canceled program expansions. He's using CARES Act, imposing deferrals, which cost us money because we have to borrow money to meet our obligations for cash, but it reduced the cuts to school districts. He used the reserves they have over the 3-year projection period, and he's redirecting some payments to PERS and STIRS to reduce our PERS and STIRS for the short term. Now that we'll have to catch up as time goes on, but he did what he could to reduce the impact to school districts, but it's still a big cut. Again, as you heard, we're seeing a $19 billion through next year cut to Prop 98, the equivalent of what we saw during the Great Recession over 3 years. We know there's going to be federal funding to mitigate learning loss, but we have our general fund that we have to use to mitigate the loss in our unrestricted and state revenues. These revenue losses are characterized equivalent to the Great Depression. And so board and community, what we really want to emphasize, for many years as we've been growing and we just were fully funded through LCFF, the May revise had a few tweaks, a little difference between January. This completely dismantles the January budget, is completely different. And that's what's taking staff a little time because it's completely different than what we anticipated. Next slide, please. So at this point, we expect that we'll have almost a $54 million budget cut. And the previous slide talked about the state's deficit is $54 billion of a projected $212 billion state budget. So that just shows you the magnitude of the impact of this of COVID on our economy. Now, what's not included in here, because we don't have exact information, is that some of our categorical programs may be cut up to 50%. And it wasn't specific about all of them, but some of those categoricals that we have are California partnerships, 227,000, adult ed, 7.1 million, California tech education, 1.5 million, and our after school program that we refer to as CAPS, over $10 million. If they're cut 50%, all of them, there's another $9.6 million that we would add to this budget deficit. Next slide, please. This is a slide from School Services of California. We had the conference this morning, And what this shows you is the deficit, the 10% reduction on the base grants. And you can see the big cut on these base grants. And then what happens is your supplemental and concentration are cut as well. And they're cut even more. So when we get more money, our supplemental and concentration goes up. And when the base is cut, it's quite an impact on high unduplicated school districts. We do understand that there will be some federal dollars to help offset some of the learning needs that we'll have, and will qualify because we are a high unduplicated district. So that one column, the 10% reduction, that's the per ADA amount that would go down in these grade spans. Next slide. This slide, we went to second interim where we told you what we projected for next year. And what this pie chart shows is, most of our budget is people. It takes people to teach, and it's just very typical of a school district to have most of the budget in salaries and benefits. So what Janet did is she took our salaries and benefits and she determined as a percentage of expenditures, what we projected would be close to 85%. You don't really want it higher than that because you have all your other operation costs. I asked her to reduce the revenues by this projected amount and to take the salaries as a percentage of our revenues, and it would put us over 96%. Now we can't do this because if you look at the chart on the right, the total of our expenditures that are non-salary is about 84 million. And what is that? That's our books and supplies, our computers, our custodial, toilet paper, pencils, and then services and other operating expenses. In that part of our budget, that's your utilities, transportation, contracts, legal fees. And so if you look at the chart on the right and you figure 84 million are non-salary, and we said, well, part of that's transportation, part utilities, it just leaves 47 million for everything else we have to do. And this is just an illustration of there's not enough room in other areas of the budget to absorb a cut in this magnitude. I think I saw that someone had a question.
I do have a question because you mentioned a word. Oh, Madam President, would you call me?
Well, go ahead. You have a question on just what she just covered?
Yeah, books, because I know that we did have some big adoptions. Are we going to hold off on that adoption?
So I'll let Dr. Mitchell chime in, but we had a large one this year, and I don't think we have one next year. Is that correct, Dr. Mitchell?
Yeah, we have a smaller one next year that we certainly could defer. The one we've done this year is already done.
And we spent the money already?
Yeah, it's in
we can't send the books back? Okay, thank you.
I already looked at that, Mr. Tillman. They were already delivered, so.
Thank you.
Next slide. So where are we headed, based on the impact of COVID-19? A lot of uncertainties. And, we're in this together, and we're going to work through this, and we're going to come out the other end. We know that when the state cuts education the way this is we're being cut, it's not good for kids. We know that, and we're going to do the best we can to get through this, and we will get through it together. But the next couple of years are going to have a lot of budget uncertainty with severe cuts to public education. We know that there's volatility with revenue, and we have to watch our cash. This is something that my team will be looking at every day because cash is king. And if you run out of cash, you're in a lot of trouble. So we cannot run out of cash. We will be implementing physically distanced schooling. And there's challenges around that as well because this is uncharted territory. We, the enrollment in ADA, will there be loss, and how will that impact be in this unknown territory? And then there's costs related to COVID, as you are well aware, and what we need to do for distance learning. And so there's just the increased needs around that as well. So it's a lot of pressure on the budget. Next slide. So I'm going to walk you through this chart. And for the purposes of this chart, I'll do a section at a time. This is our best estimate at this time, as Dr. Volkamer said. As Janet finishes and works through what we estimate our ending balance will be, and again, we won't know till September, but she does her best to estimate based on all of the information she has today. We will, bring back more information in a week. But with the LCFF funding, again, keep in mind the calculator we're required to use to submit to the county is not set up yet to accommodate this deficit, so it wasn't up and running. So Janet did most of this manually. A reduction of $56 million in LCFF funding. The special education, there was some equalization funding. The governor is going to continue with the equalization, but it's less than we thought in January. He is taking the one-time preschool funding off the table, and special ed is getting a zero COLA, so that is a loss of $5.6 million. The categorical cuts you saw earlier, that could be in the range of $9, almost $10 million, but we want to make sure, are they all at 50%? We just don't know. It's not in the language yet. We contacted other agencies and it's just not clear yet. The lottery will be reduced by 15%. We use lottery for textbooks as well as some other instructional supplies and salaries. And so that is a projected deficit of about $63.3 million. Now, as I stated earlier, the governor did something to reduce the PERS and STIRS rate increases, so we're actually going to have a decrease, which will lower that deficit by almost $9 million. And through a complex formula that the state uses, that we have to use to determine how much we put into our routine repair maintenance, they have changed the calculation, which will save us about $1 million. Now, it saves the unrestricted general fund, but our restricted maintenance fund will go down almost $1 million. So the impact of the May revision, we get to this $53.5 million reduction. Next slide.
Before you go to the next slide, Dr. Flores. Dr. Flores, are you?
Yes, I was on mute. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a comment, Janie. I know you guys have been working really, really hard, but I just want to make a comment that we don't have all our numbers in. These are just projections. We don't know what the carryover is going to be. We don't know what the vacancy is going to be. There's a lot of budget details that we don't know. So I'm just concerned, and I hope that by May 28th at our special board meeting that we have all of that information that we asked for. Thank you.
Yes. And the next slide, David, is the continuation slide of this. So we know that we're getting $25.9 million in CARES, $1.5 million goes to our private schools, and we are proposing taking $20 million to offset this cut. At second interim for next year, we had a $15 million deficit. So we will have that updated next week as well. I don't expect it's going to go down because of all the uncertainty and just the multi-year financial impact of this reduction. It is not a one-year problem, it's a multi-year problem. And then we have to reduce our funding for LCAP that's been previously budgeted from carryover. There's a lot of contracts and other things that are associated with this, and over the last couple of years we've been able to fund them through carryover. There's few additional costs for special education services. Our liability insurance has gone up. And then what we do know, and this will, our ending balance will go up higher than we projected by at least $10 million, because we've had savings from the early closure. Those savings include utilities, transportation, professional development, and substitutes. So that's what we know to date, which gets us to a deficit of $53.8 million. Next slide. So we have a short timeline. Again, we know this has happened over a very short amount of time, and we're just getting information. We do know the number is big, and yes, there will be some mitigating things that will occur, but we have to adopt a balanced budget. And in the meantime, we need to have, bring everyone together so that we look at what will we do ongoing. So let's walk through this. We're going to automatically right away recognize any projected savings. We're going to limit contracts to outside vendors and allow only mission critical. We would propose to impose a 10% budget reduction to all departments and sites. And the urgency around this is we want to provide the board with a budget that gets us submitted to the county and prepares us for what might happen in August deliberations with the legislature. We're freezing vacancies and backfilling only critical positions and doing our best to do so with existing staff and not bringing on new staff. We will wait for student enrollment as much as possible before adding any staff, strictly adhering to our staffing ratios, and then creating a budget subcommittee to recommend those ongoing reductions in evaluating our programs and our contracts, evaluating where we spend more than other districts. And we've already started that work over the past several months, and Dr. Perez is leading some of it in gathering data for these budget subcommittees. So we want to make sure that we're transparent and we have all the information we can. We have our management enrollment team that's been working all year and looking at our enrollment and our special programs. And so that's been well underway for several months. So we will be using our committees that involve all of our stakeholders and garnering input from all of our stakeholders to bring a recommendation that will help us with the ongoing reductions that we'll have to make in order to remain solvent. Next slide. So here's some next steps. A week from Thursday, we'd like a special board meeting to review the full impact of the governor's May revision. There's some LCAP community stakeholder engagement that's occurring over the next month. We have our budget and LCAP report public hearing June 2nd. The legislature by June 15th has to recommend a budget to the governor. And we'll be convening a budget committee, and the work will probably take about 6 months. We need to have the structural deficit identified by the time we do our first interim. And then our budget and LCAP report adoption June 16th. And again, we're going to be responding in August when more information is known at the state level. Next slide. I think that's it.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Very thorough presentation. And I know there's a couple of board members that want to speak. And I just want to remind us again, this is our projection. And what's great is when we look at May 28th, we will be engaged, thoroughly in this conversation. But this is just a projection of what we are foreshadowing, what's coming ahead. And there are some deep cuts that are needing to take place. So as you give those comments again, just keep in mind, this is the projected level. And we will begin with Mr. Gallo and then followed by Mr. Tillman.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that presentation, Janie. I know this is a lot of work to put together, and this was not done in isolation. I know this is with forethought, and I think it's just a credit upon you guys and Harold, you as well, in leading this team. That we're preparing ourselves for the, considerations that we're going to have to make. I mean, and I really, applaud our union reps and being willing, not only willing, but saying we want to be part of the discussions. And of course you will be. I mean, I remember when I came on the board back in 2011 and 2012, we had to deal with significant budget deficits if Prop 39, it was back then, Prop 39 didn't pass. We had almost a $40 million deficit that we had to deal with. And so what we did was conducted budget hearings, and we did so over, I want to say, about an 8-week period, once a week or so, sometimes more, sometimes less, where we went over every single line item in the budget and looked at areas that we could actually cut. I would propose that the board lead the similar activity. I saw one note on the schedule, I don't have it in front of me, but June 15th as some meeting that we were going to get together to talk about this, but it's going to mean a lot more meetings and I'd make them public meetings where we open up the books, lay it out there, and figure out together where we might be able to make these concessions in, to some level. I mean, we don't know the finite number, but we certainly know it's going to be more than we've ever had to deal with in the past. So I would propose to my fellow board members that we either commit as a board to conduct these public hearings of a budget committee or so, or we just have the budget committee do it if all of the board can't go, but I would still notice them as public meetings. And then I guess the other question that I'd have is the timeline. When do we have to submit a quote balanced budget in projection or whatever you want to call it to the governor? What is that drop dead date?
So, Mr. Gallo, we have to have an adopted budget by the end of June to the county. Now, it may be conditional because that's why we're doing this 10% now and looking at vacancies and savings, because we have to get the budget in. And August, it's going to change, right? Yes. So we have to show we can get through this year. But by first interim, which is December, we need to be able to show what are we doing over the 3-year projection so that we stay fiscally healthy. And it's going to be challenging with these type of cuts. We'll have to use multiple approaches, just as the governor did. We'll have to use reserves, we'll have to use reductions, we'll have to do multiple things, but we will have to show by first interim how we are going to do that over the long haul. We expect that 21-22 will be even more challenging. And so this short timeline requires us to act very quickly to get a budget in. And then, and when the team has to do the budget, it takes a couple of weeks to balance everything. This is such a short timeline. So it's not like you can have a subcommittee meeting one night and have it submitted the next. So
well, this then means that we're going to have a marathon session if we're going to get through this budget and get all of our staff, unions, everybody engaged at least in the discussion. I think I think that's what the June 15th meeting was.
That would be that's the adopted budget, Mr. Gallo. So that's why we're proposing the short-term cuts to get us, August, we're going to have more changes and we start the committee work right away.
Right. So what short-term cut are you saying? Just an across the board 10% cut?
We're saying 10%. We're freezing. We're freezing positions. We are, so the 10%, and we are using the CARES Act. We will, have conversations with our employee groups, and that's what we have to do in the short term.
Okay, is the board going to participate in those discussions along with our bargaining units?
That's my understanding from what you're requesting, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
Thank you, and thanks for the report. You know, board, we've never ever had to deal with anything like this before. I hear Mr. Gallo talking, but in the
No,
past,
it wasn't to this level, that's for sure, Kenny. I agree.
But see, but what's even worse is it wasn't compacted. I mean, we were never this close to Ms. Christakis having to do a budget within weeks.
Yep, right on.
There's not a whole lot of time for us to have a lot of meetings. In the past, you've seen it come in. There was talk about it. You had the January proposal. You were able to do your March 15th notices. You had time to prepare. We've never seen this before. This is something where it's hit us, and we have to deal with it immediately. I think one thing we should do is everyone should be calling their legislators, state and federal, because just like they're looking at finding ways to make sure that the businesses are whole, we have to convince our federal legislator that's important, and our president, to make sure that the schools are able to weather this tragedy. And it truly is a tragedy. We didn't make this problem. It's a problem that we all are dealing with, but no one here caused it. But it's going to take all of us working together to get through it in the best way possible. And I just want everybody to take a deep breath, because I sense the frustration throughout the entire district. And everybody wants to think they're in control. Nobody's in control of this. This happened to us, and now we have to respond in the best way possible. But everything is not going to be perfect. We're going to have to make some cuts that we never even dreamed of until now. So with the work of Ms. Christakis, and hopefully the federal government will come in and give us some money to help us get through this. If not, it's going to be really, really tough. So, but I do agree, Ms. Christakis, what would be the next logical time for this board to meet to hear what you want to present to us in terms of working with the stakeholders, all the unions, all of our parent committees, all our community committees, and even the students, and then getting back to us with lists that we can use to say, do people want to look at pay or furloughs or a hybrid of classes, class size, looking at class size reduction. There's a whole host of stuff that we can look at. And all of it is bad. When you're making cuts to education, it's all bad.
It's all bad, yeah.
I've always known that the money makes a difference. And because we're going to lose a lot of money, it's going to make a bad difference. But when do you think will be the next time that the board can meet to listen to some of the input that you are getting from the stakeholders?
So we're coming back to you next Thursday, a week from Thursday. And we can provide some information soon, this week, some information.
Do we have a meeting scheduled for the 28th?
Yes, we want to bring back this, what it looks like in our multi-year, and we are starting some of the work and pulling some of our stakeholders in. We have folks pulling the data now and evaluate, it takes a little time. Right. And we're going to be working with those stakeholders for at least the next 6 months.
Okay, and I want to end with saying, the way we got through it at every downturn I've been in, the one in 2008 and then the one in 2001 or whatever it was the same type of thing. If we can find any kind of additional money in terms of the ending balances, even if it's one-time money, that one-time money can be used to pay for ongoing stuff, but it'll help us get through this. The good thing is, hopefully there'll be a cure or a vaccine, or we'll find a way to live with this and get the economy back, and hopefully the revenues will come back, so it won't be as bad over the years. But the sooner we meet and discuss it, like Mr. Gallo said, I think the better. So I guess you're saying our first stab at this is going to be May 28th for a budget meeting.
Yeah, so we will share exactly what the exact number is, what the multi-year looks like, and then we'll bring a schedule. How's that? And
Sounds
so that
good.
we can start having those public meetings. Just right now, staff's working on pulling the data together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Madam President. Is Dr. Hill next, or am I after Dr. Hill?
Did I miss her? Let me see. I might have skipped. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's
Okay, 'cause
okay.
I saw her in the
Dr.
queue.
Flores is there. Let her go. That's fine with me,
Okay.
Dr. Flores.
Okay, thank you.
I'll come back.
I have a few comments. I just want to support Mike and also Danny and what we said. I was president at the time and Mike was vice president, and we held public hearings for the budget, and where we as board members got to hear our stakeholders and got valuable information and strategies. They all were there together. We were all together so we could collectively look at everything and kind of iron out things. And this is, like Danny said, this is really draconian. And I'm so hopeful that our federal government will come through with something because this is really, really dire. And it's going to take all of us together to look at that. And, even though we're saying that it may not be possible, I think we have to I don't believe that we can say it's impossible. We have to schedule meetings where we have public forums to look at all of this, Janie, all the work that you guys are all doing. It's really important that we're all there, that we are all together. I know, you're talking to each group, individually, but it isn't the same. We all have to be together. And that's what helped us in, I think, 2011 or 12, whatever it was, Mike. I don't remember, but that helped us. We were transparent. Yeah, we were transparent. We saw the pain. We saw, do we want to do this? Do we want to do that? What is it that we can do collectively? And that's what we have to do. And we can't forget, this is for our kids. This is for our kids and our communities and our employees as well. And I just want to tell a short story real quickly. When in 1990, there was another recession, I had just come into Cal State San Bernardino, and I was the union rep for the College of Ed. And they wanted to lay off, I don't know how many people. And I proposed that we all take a 10% cut and defer, from our pay. So no one would be laid off. At first they said, oh, you're crazy. I said, no, I'm not crazy. I don't want my fellow colleague to lose his house or car or be homeless. If we all can tighten our belts for 10%, and weather this storm together, I think that would be the most viable solution. Well, you know what? We voted on it, and we were the first CSU to do that. And every other CSU did it. And we were scheduled to get a raise, and we deferred it until our economy was stable. And when it did stabilize, we got our raise. And so, there's all kinds of places that we're going to have to look at. Where can we cut? What can we give up? What can we share? That's what we got to do, guys. And we have to do it together. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Christakis, I just want to say thank you and your staff for doing such an outstanding job. It's not easy, and I know you're still putting together things, so please extend the thanks of the board for what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hill.
And I have one question. Even though the tax deadline is not until June or July, I don't know which.
July.
July.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So are those projections included in the deficit that the governor given us?
So the Department of Finance most likely did some sort of projection, but they're not going to fully realize it and know until almost August. So that is why we're open to more revisions in mid-August when the legislature looks at all of the final receipts. Great question.
Well, thank you. And I agree with my board members. I think we should have the public meeting because, you know, sometimes the people you least expect can come up with the best answers and solutions. So we want to have everybody at the table. And I think that's so important. I hope we can meet as often as we can so that we can do it as best we can to land on our feet. I think we'll get there. We have in the past, and we know this is not going to be the last time. Yes, this happened to us all of a sudden, but I think one of the good things, we have teachers and classified employees and managers, board members, parents, and students, and they understand there is a problem. And I think together we can all give our input and take a look at all the suggestions and you know, cut where we can. The one thing we know, we have to make some cuts. I mean, that's not a mystery. It's just where and how much and when. But I appreciate the ability to be transparent with all of our stakeholders, and I support the decision to hold these public meetings so everyone can be involved. But thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hill. All right, Ms. Rosales Medina, and then I know Dr. Volkemer is going to give some comments at the end, correct? Okay.
And I'll just be brief because I want to echo what all the other board members have mentioned. Full transparency, definitely trying to get everyone together. This will be my first time managing this, but I will rely on the expertise of those that have been on board and has gone through this before. But after all of this, I definitely always want to look at, before making any difficult decisions, when we look at employees, making sure that we're really looking at the programs, looking at different areas. And at the end of the day, what's best for our students is what is priority. So I want to say thank you for the presentation, but definitely we'll be looking forward to those meetings where we're going to be provide full transparency for our community.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Volkemer?
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, first of all, thank you for your thoughts and your feedback in reaction to our presentation this evening. I want to thank you very much for recognizing the work that Janie and Janet and their team have put into this and will put into it as we move forward. You know, the scariest part of that presentation for me was when Janie likened it to the Great Depression, not the Great Recession that we had in 08 through 11 or 12, but the Depression. And my parents were Depression children. They were raised right after the Depression. And the stories they told me about what happened during that time were frightening, really. And we're in that kind of midst. And Mr. Tillman hit it right on the head. This didn't, you know, kind of slowly come upon us. This snuck up behind us and kind of beat us on the head. And so the speed at which we're going to have to operate is going to be very, very fast. I do agree we need to be in touch with our legislators, and we are in touch with our legislators. We're using our lobbyists virtually daily. I'm on the phone or texting or emailing our lobbyists to get in touch with legislators and give us updates. I also want to thank you. I don't know that you took a formal action, but I think I heard consensus about having a special board meeting on the 28th. I don't know.
And I was going to make sure at the end, but yeah, okay. It sounds like it, but I will make sure.
And then given we agree fully with your approach to transparency and wanting the community to be fully involved in this process, our board meetings in June are the 2nd and the 16th at this, as they are regularly scheduled now. Your statutory deadline for approving the budget is on June 30th. So you do have some flexibility for additional meetings if you wanted to either rearrange your existing regular meetings or have additional special board meetings. But we will follow through in getting those community meetings set up for you. So thank you. Thank you very much. And again, thank you to staff.
Okay, are there any other?
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Tillman?
I think with what Mr. Volkmer said and the budget not having to be approved by June 30, then we definitely should look at scheduling a meeting closer to the 30th just to give staff time, extra time to prepare the budget. So maybe the week of the 23rd, we meet to give them some extra time.
Okay, and so I'm looking at the calendar. So Ms. Christakos has, the original request was the 28th, which is a Thursday. And then
I'm talking about in June.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah. So it'll be earlier weeks. So the week of 1st through the 5th, there's a week. And then the second week, you have up to the 12th. So I would propose back-to-back week meetings.
No. I'm actually thinking we want to have a meeting closer to like the 25th or the 26th of June.
Okay, but I know when she was
to approve the budget, Madam President.
Yes, but she was indicating they needed time in between. But yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
Right, because if we don't add an extra meeting, then we'd have to approve it on June the 16th.
Right, which is the third Tuesday. So Ms. Christakos, we're just trying to get together a timeline. There is a consensus board right on the 28th, which is what they asked for. So I wanted to just make sure that first was okay. And then Ms. Christakos, on the following dates, we need to get a timeline, and we're all, whatever that looks like, we're willing to be there and ensure that others are involved that need be.
Okay, so I hear that we could go as late as the 23rd. So Harold, should we just do that, and we'll get back to you right away
with the time? Okay, great.
We'll bring back a full timeline on the 28th for you, board.
Okay, that sounds good. So we'll get that as well. Dr. Volkmer, did you have anything else on the topic?
That was it. Thank you.
That was it? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're now at 9.1, board members, board member comments. So I guess I'll call you. Last time you guys asked me to call. So I'll start with Ms. Rosales Medina.
Just wanted to wish everyone a late happy Mother's Day. I know this was difficult times for many families out there. My mom, we had all of the siblings all together on the virtual call. So I mean, it is difficult, but wanted to wish everyone a happy Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, and to you as well. Vice President Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, I've been pretty quiet tonight because you guys have done such an amazing job of asking all the questions I normally would ask. And again, to Janie and her team, great job on the presentation. It's never easy to present tough information. Obviously we need an outstanding team to put that together and to give us concrete information so we as a board can make the decisions that we need to make, which are not easy as well. So, we really appreciate the work that you and your team have done, Janie. And again, our classified staff, as this is Classified Employee Week, we greatly appreciate you as much as we appreciate every employee for our organization, and that we want to celebrate all of you, but this is your week. So thank you for all that you do out there. Just want to say thank you again to all the folks out there that continue to acknowledge and celebrate our graduates, and they're bringing excitement to it right now that I couldn't imagine be possible. But with what they're doing, a lot of the folks out there, our community has really risen to the occasion and just doing a great job of celebrating our kids. And thank you to all of you that are doing that. And that's probably about it for me, Madam President. I will try to keep it short and sweet, but I appreciate all of you as our colleagues, and I'm looking forward to our budget meetings. And like all of you have said, being as transparent as we possibly can and including as many voices into the decision that we make, so we're all stakeholders and have a voice in these very tough decisions that we're going to be making soon. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have 4 just short things to say. And I just want to say to our classified and certificated employees, we commend you for the work you've done. As with the budget, we didn't know that was coming, and you didn't know distance learning was coming. But you jumped in. You're in the race. You might not be in first place. You may not be in second, but you're in the race, and that's what's important to us. And so we thank you for the work that you are doing. I want to say to our 2020 graduates, we're so proud of you. We wish things were as they used to be, but they're not, and we will do whatever we can to celebrate you. And I just want to say to the cabinet, as we get ready for our budget meetings, you know, as board members, we usually can read you pretty good. And we know sometimes you want to make comments and you kind of stare at us and we're staring at you. I'm just going to ask you, you have to be open and honest, and you need to tell us when we need to move to the right or to the left. But please be honest and feel that you can do that with us, because if we're going to be in this together, we have to be a team. And if we are a team, you can't look at us as board members and say, you know, I really want to tell them this, but what if? Well, don't worry about the what ifs. I think it's important that the 7 of us will be there and respect you through this process so that we can all get through it together. And as we deal with the budget, I just have to give you an example. If you go to the gas station, with gas being $2.29 a gallon, and if you go to the gas station and you say to the clerk, I want 3 gallons of gas, and you only have a $5 bill, guess what? You're not getting 3 gallons of gas. You get $5 worth, but you only get 3 gallons. So with our budget, we want a lot of things, but if the money's not there, it's not there. And other than that, I just want to say Happy Memorial Day to everybody. And don't forget to salute our veterans and our servicemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Let's see, I wanted to chat about a couple of things. One was the, grads, and I've participated in some of the celebrations that some of them have had online and seen some of the postings and everything. And man, we have some creative kids is all I got to say. Some of them are Araya. They've done videos, kind of teams of videos, and it really does get creative. And, I know that we are having various celebrations, our kind of distance celebrations, so to speak, for graduations. And hopefully that will at least be some consolation for, for our grads. And let's see, I had one other thing that I wanted to say. I also went by some of the meal distributions across the district. And these are, there is a ton of people lined up, Pacific, San Andreas, all over our districts at our various elementary schools, et cetera. And so it's meeting a very valid need. And I'm just glad that, our team was able to, provide that kind of support and lunches, and we didn't give up on that, even though some of our people are, out there, dealing, hopefully appropriate social distancing, but dealing with distribution of that food, because many of our families need it. And it's a great testament to the district and its caring nature and the caring nature of our staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to wish all the 2020 graduates happy. I know it's not happy, but we're very proud of you. These are rough times. This is going to build character in you. Like my dad used to say, when you weather hard times, that's going to really help you. I know it's not a consolation, but we love you. We care for you. Your families are proud of you. We're proud of you. And we know that you will do well because you are from our school district, and we care for you. And to the parents, I know this is really hard for you, but if we can just celebrate in our own way, in each of our ways. And I see all the great spotlights and all the wonderful things that you guys are posting, and it's just beautiful. And I know that our staff and our high school teachers and staff are doing wonderful things. I get privy to some of them, and I just think they're doing a great job. I commend our high school teachers and our principals for all the hard work that you're doing. And congratulations to you. I also want to mention that I'm very appreciative, Janie, of your staff, of you and Janet King. This is really, really hard. You too, Dr. Volkemer. These are unprecedented times. And I'm really happy that our board and our cabinet are going to work together with all our stakeholders, with everybody at the table, that we're going to be transparent. And that's really important for us to move forward. My parents also grew up during the Depression and went through very austere times. And so I heard stories, my whole childhood. And so that built my experience about being kind to others, being compassionate, being loving, providing help for others, and doing it with a loving heart. So I hope that I know that we will work together and come to some resolution. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you. And Mr. Tillman?
Thank you, Madam President. Has there been any discussion about, first I want to say congratulations to all the 2020 grads. I know I have a neighbor, Ernest Powell, wanted to congratulate to him, and my nephew that lived with me for a little while, James Lindsay, congratulations to him. But has there been any discussion about drive-through graduations?
Mr. Tillman, we had originally probably as much as a month ago started down that path, just in terms of possibilities. And then at that time, the restrictions were very severe.
Right.
And so we shelved those discussions,
right.
And had not, planned for anything.
Right.
And then just this late last week, the county changed their stance in terms of drive-through graduations being okay. So we've not had a follow-up discussion since that point.
Because I would be willing to volunteer to hand out diplomas if you're going to do it at a couple schools. So if we want to have the discussion, I think it'd be a great idea. It sounds like some of the parents want to do it after they've seen it online at other sites. So if we can start that discussion, if it's possible. And I don't think we have to use June 4th as a deadline. If we don't have the time, maybe something can happen after June 4th, but it might be something that some of the parents and students want to participate in. And it can be totally voluntary. I know I felt special just picking up my nephew's cap and gown, and I had to drive it out to him, but he had an event at his house where you just stood next to the garage and he was in his cap and gown. So it does mean a lot just for them to have that ability to put the cap and gown on and get it presented to them. So just a thought. I want to read something about the coronavirus. This is from, it says a new CDC report examines how quickly sickness spread at a rural Arkansas church, ultimately resulting in 7 hospitalizations and 4 deaths. The report serves as more evidence of the dangers of gathering in groups in places like churches. According to the report, a 57-year-old pastor of a local Arkansas church attended church events and a Bible study group in early March, along with his 56-year-old wife. A few days later, the two developed symptoms of fever, cough, and shortness of breath, and became the first 2 officially tested cases of coronavirus in their rural county of 25,000 residents. 35 out of the 92 people they came into contact with at church events got sick, and 7 had to be hospitalized. 3 people died. Contact tracers from Arkansas Department of Health then discovered 26 more cases of sickness and 1 other death, all from people who reported contact with the churchgoers. I say that to make it clear. In the county of San Bernardino, 82% of the people who have died, and it's on their website, www.sbcovid.com, 82% of the people are over 65. There hasn't been any deaths, if you look at the county's website, of people under 30. So the age makes the difference. And I'm still trying to figure out, because they keep talking about we're going to go back to school. So I'm trying to figure out under what context. And I think if we're going to do it, we have to take into account the high risk, definitely want to take into account age if we're going to proceed. Because in the end, this board is going to be responsible for what happens. I have to ask a question, and I think the district needs to find out. If a person happens to come to work, get gravely ill, or passes away, is the district going to be liable? Can the district be sued? And have we talked to our lawyers and our insurance companies in terms of what the cost would be? Because we need to have that discussion before we do it, and then find out after the fact that we have these liabilities if something bad happens. And just to tell you how eerie and crazy this whole situation is, Disney World is about to open up, and they're having people approved to the disclaimer. They say, by visiting Walt Disney World Resort, you voluntarily assume all risks related to exposure to COVID-19. That's for a reason, because their expert counsel have told them that you want to protect yourself. And it truly is the responsibility of our board to be thinking in that same way. So I want us to be realistic and have the open discussion about the liability and how we're going to move forward. In the end, it has to be this board that makes the decision, unless there's some other body that says if they tell us when to open, how to open, that they're going to accept that responsibility and liability. But I think the first step is to find out, is there going to be liability for the district if something were to, something tragic were to happen once we came back to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. And I think that's a combination of all the questions that are still going and looming in the county. And there's even going to be a special board meeting with the county on Thursday to determine, what exactly we can do even here in our own San Bernardino County. So you're exactly on point. And I want to remind again, I mentioned this before, somewhere down the line, we're going to definitely have to look at remote policies. What does that look like? We're going to have to look at distance learning policies. These are things that we've never had in place, but they have to be in place. And some of those things are going to come out of it. What is liable? What is not? What can be done and what can't be done? So certainly as we move forward with conversations with our legislators, we do need to begin to have those conversations, because the school year will be here sooner than later.
Yes.
We still need to know those things before we move forward. So thank you for that. I too also want to congratulate the 2020 graduates. Are so special. It's like a nationwide, even though, graduates graduate all the time at the end of the year, but this has just definitely been special for the graduates, and we continue to just celebrate you and your accomplishments, and we appreciate you. I want to send shout outs to all of the schools that we've seen the wonderful videos also on social media. They're personal videos that'll make you cry, they'll make you laugh, but just a wonderful, wonderful job. This past Saturday, Dr. Hill and I resumed our coffee with the community, which was a virtual meeting, and it went well. And a couple of things that we took note of. The question came from some of our community members surrounding adult education and their distance learning in summer school. So I don't know if that information has went out yet, but they definitely want to hear about that, or maybe they didn't get the information. We need to recirculate it. San Andreas and Sierra, also clarity on summer school as well as distance learning. And also, the question has come up, or we just had a question this past week in reference to progress reports. And we know that all of our students are being held harmless, and progress reports did come out just to give an idea of where the students were so that they can continue to move forward. But we do want to be clear on the grading and what the agreement was, what their grades were at the last semester versus a progress report that may have come out. So definitely want to, get clarity around that. And I did mention that to you, Dr. Volkemer. You should have that as well. And I think that is all that I have. So again, thank you. And this is Mental Health Month. May is Mental Health Month. So make sure, I think I seen Dr. Wyatt had his green pin on. May is Mental Health Month. So you certainly want to ensure that you're doing healthy things for yourself as well as your family. Taking note of just is so important, especially now during our stay-at-home orders, that you still get out and still take the time to do something that will get your mind off of what is going on in the world today. Mr. Tillman, did you have something additional?
Yes, I wanted to say congratulations to and recognize all our classified employees. This is Classified Appreciation Week, so I didn't want to overlook that and make sure we bring back a resolution in the near future. Thank you to all the classified employees.
Yes, thank you to our classified employees for all that you do. Dr. Volkemer?
You had Mr. Gallo on there.
Oh, did I miss Mr. Gallo?
Yeah, I just had one other comment just on the COVID thing. Let's not get too panicked about this. I don't know if you've been following, I'm sure everybody's been following the pieces, but in LA County, they've obviously been doing a whole lot more testing and have a whole lot more cases going on. 87%, they just reported this day and a half ago, 87% of the cases that they found, the new cases, were asymptomatic people. In other words, no one had any symptoms of coronavirus. And this has been over like a 2-week period. So we're going to see over the next week or so if any of those people do develop, symptoms and things. But I don't want you to think that if you end up with COVID, it's a death sentence, okay? I mean, let's just not go too crazy about this. Now, that being said, let's also not be stupid. And people like me go out without a mask, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wearing a mask. I'm distancing. I'm doing the things that I know are just prudent to protect ourselves, whether the government says I can do so or not. So let's just let's just care for others, care for ourselves. If and when students do go back to school, let's just make sure we practice these safe things, practices, even at home when our kids do go. And just know that, most of the people who actually are getting this are asymptomatic. They do not indicate symptoms. So, I just had to share that. So
thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Gallo.
Cheryl.
Thank you. And we do have a number of our sites have been, or I think I've seen it at Arroyo, they are doing testing, even if you don't have the symptoms, you can make an appointment. So please follow the website on that. All right. Dr. Volkemer?
Thank you, Madam President. Board, just a couple updates and comments. First of all, we are working on a distance learning policy as well as a remote work policy. So you should be getting those within the next couple board meetings. In terms of a first draft, we're reviewing CSBA's model policies around that. So that's coming in the near future. Want to congratulate Vermont Elementary School for being named a beacon school by Imagine Learning for its exemplary use of digital programs. And this actually was before we went to distance learning. So congratulations to the Vermont staff and principal Anna Maria Perez. We also want to give a big shout out to our partners at California State University, San Bernardino. They're always great partners with us, but the Gear Up program has been doing a ton of work around our seniors. They've been hosting or will be hosting virtual signing ceremonies for our students that are going to CSU schools, UC schools, and private schools as well. They've developed posters for businesses congratulating the class of 2020, as well as yard signs, banners, and even a virtual memory book. So board, if you would like a poster to put up in your place of business or in the front room of your house, or if you want a yard sign, we have those here at the BOE, and just call Karen or Nicole, and we'll make sure that we have them ready for you. We'll even run them down to your car for you. And then finally, board, I just wanted to focus on our classified employees for Classified Employee Appreciation Week. Mr. Tillman, I think the board at our last board meeting did already approve a resolution honoring our CSEA membership.
Oh, great. Okay.
But I think you already did. I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
I've always had a deep appreciation and value and valued our classified service. Growing up as the son of a union truck driver, I learned many lessons from him in terms of hard work and dedication to craft. And then working my way through college, I had a number of different jobs, but I was a grounds worker for about 1.5 years, as well as a custodian. And I learned valuable lessons that I carry with me and hold dear to this day. And so just want to share one quick story about the impact that classified employees have. Many, many years ago, I was the principal at Bonnie Ole Elementary School. And I'll give away how long ago that actually was. Our oldest son, who is now 32, at the time was about 3 or 4. And every once in a while, Kelly would bring him by to see me after school hours. And I would look forward to that. She'd call and say, we're on our way. He would absolutely run right past my office, right past me, into the hallways, and start yelling, Charlie, Charlie, where are you, Charlie? Until he found our night custodian, Charlie, who he absolutely adored. And for a little while. And I use that story to illustrate the impact that the terrific members of our classified service have on kids every day. Not only what they do directly, whether they're carpenters or secretaries or clerks or whatever role they play on the team, but indirectly as well in terms of the relationships they forge with kids and the difference they make in the lives of our students every day. So I just want to say very, very hearty and sincere thank you to all the team members within our classified service.
Well, Harold, if the superintendent thing doesn't work out for you, maybe the classified union will have a place for you.
I hope they'll take me.
Thank you. All right. Item 10.0, okay, approval of the consent calendar, and we pulled, that is coming completely off, Dr. Volkemer?
Yes.
Okay.
Off.
Okay, got you. Okay. All right, approval of the consent items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and second. Is there any other discussion? If not, we'll vote.
Madam President, what item was it that was pulled?
It was 10.6 and it was in reference to go ahead.
It's a feeding program that we clean up some of the paperwork on. We'll bring it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Got it. Okay. Ms. Rosales Medina?
I'm just unmuting. Aye.
Okay. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. We are now at 11.1, personnel report number 19 dated May 19, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Is Tom still there?
Okay.
I am here, yes.
Okay, I didn't hear if he said anything.
As presented.
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, I jumped the gun. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, you did. Okay, so Tom, are you as presented?
I'll present it as is.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, correct?
Correct.
All right, if there is no discussion, let's take the vote again. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried.
I'm gonna log off, Madam President, for the next item.
11.2? Oh, yes. We need you to log out and then we'll text you back. All right, 11.2, approval of charter facilities agreement by and between San Bernardino City Unified School District and Savant Preparatory Academy of Business Charter School. All right, okay, so he's out. Mr. Tillman is out of the, okay. All right, board, I'm going to entertain a vote. Or motion?
You have to do a motion, yeah.
A motion? Is there?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been motion and second. Is there any discussion?
I've got a comment or two.
Okay.
I know Ashley made a comment, I think it was on this agenda item, and you know, we are required to provide through Prop 39 facility accommodations for all charter schools. It's not our choice. We are required to do so by law. And these students are our students. Our charter school students are. They're San Bernardino City Unified School District students as well. And you know, I know they wanted to, or the suggestion was to table this item. And so I guess I'd have a question. When is the, you know, we're required to do this. Is there a timeline where we have to, you know, do this in compliance with the date of the request that was made? Does anyone have a answer?
Yes, we are. We are held to timelines. We are at, if the board were not to approve this, we would go back to Savant and ask for an extension. All this would mean is that we'd have to find another site. I want to remind the board that we went to facilities and asked their recommendation on sites. Del Vallejo is certainly not at capacity. They have less than 500 students on a middle school campus. As you know, that's pretty empty for a middle school and pretty small for a middle school. We believe that the facilities are ideal. We started with 3 facilities. I brought those to you. And the most ideal facility to meet the needs of both our school as well as the charter campus, DV was the best possible solution. If we were to go back, we would have to offer a property. And so we'd go back to the drawing board and figuring out which property would best suit them, and then bring that back to the board. But you are correct that we are required by law. Mr. Gallo, you are correct that these students are ours. The law suggests that we would have to provide space housing for these kids if they were not in the charter. And so we've incorporated all of the board's concerns regarding fencing. That's really primarily the cost, is the fencing and the single point of entry, the distinction between the 2 schools. We definitely tried to honor as we developed this agreement.
Now, let me also ask a question, Dr. Mitchell. Thank you for that. About the special education facilities. We have since moved last year, I know, special education out of that kind of isolated location. Is that true? So,
yeah,
you know, we're required to actually integrate our special education students on campus. And that was a very isolated situation that really didn't accommodate, in my opinion, our special education students within our school environment.
Yeah, so Mr. Gallo, as you're aware, about a decade ago, the district built special ed pods across about a dozen of our campuses. Those pods were highly isolated from the main campus. Most of our principals made decisions to move STC classrooms and incorporate them into the main body of the campus. And so those buildings, there is no law that suggests that those buildings can only be used for special ed. We also know that that goes against best practices as it relates to incorporating special education students into the general ed population and making those students close to do some joint learning with regular education students. The benefit also with those rooms is that they are detached from the main building, which the board asked that we clearly have some separation between the charter and the main campus. And so this situation is an ideal fit, I believe. I believe that the board has thoroughly vetted this. Each time that I've brought it to the board, you've asked for different accommodations. We've met those accommodations. If the board didn't decided to deny this request, we will go back to work and bring you another campus within our district to accommodate the Prop.
Well, and I just want to verify that a year or maybe 2 years, a year for sure, those students were, special education students were moved to a integrated classroom on the campus, right?
Yes, so the buildings that we are proposing we're not currently in use.
Right.
As I suggested, the enrollment is significantly down at Del Vallejo, and much of the campus is not in use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Flores and then Dr. Hill, followed by Dr. Wyatt.
Dr. Mitchell, are there other campuses that have less students than 500 students that are elementary?
Yes, we brought to you one other. We brought, I can't remember. I think we brought Ingram.
Ingram.
Yeah, we brought Ingram as a possibility. The board was concerned about Ingram because then some direct competition from a K-6 to a K-6 was definitely more eligible than bringing a elementary campus to a middle school. So the board, you all voiced concern about even considering an elementary. We certainly wouldn't consider an elementary on a high school campus. So that's why, so the original proposal, we proposed Ingram and Del Vallejo, and you, as you remember in closed session, you all said we definitely don't want
I was concerned. I was concerned that they were with middle schools. Yeah, I voiced that concern. Fellow board member.
Elementary charter on an elementary campus. That was the concern that was voiced.
Well, I was concerned about an elementary charter on a middle school grounds. I remember I made that statement. Board, I'm going to vote no, and I want to tell you why. When we went through the recession, we were allowed to, there was a relaxation of restricted funds. And I don't know how, I forgot to ask Janie how much restricted funds we have for construction. And it's gonna have a fiscal impact on other priorities that we had. And also, I don't think that during the COVID, we should be expanding and reconstructing. I think we should wait. That's $500,000. That $500,000 could mitigate, a lot of jobs. And so I just want to let you know why I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
All right, followed by Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple of questions. And I have to agree with Mike. I know by law we have restrictions on what we can and cannot do and the things we need to do for our charter schools. With it being this late, and I'm sure, and I understand what Ashley's saying also, I'd much rather see Del Vallejo only there, except I know this was brought to us a few months ago and we agreed to move forward with it. I would hate to say especially to a school, I mean, you don't even want to say it to someone moving into an apartment, that here we are at the 13th hour and you have no place to go. And I'm sure they have not signed their contract with the church. So whereas I would certainly like to see Savant, except I don't know where they would be because I know facilities been looking, but I would certainly support them being there, and then we can continue looking for another place perhaps for them. But I would feel we would not be operating in good conscience if we say to someone the middle of May, we are going to renege on the commitment. That's why we gave the go ahead to staff to move forward with repairs and things, making it safe for not only Savant, but for the WAO as well. So I'm going to support it because, you know, again, I just don't think it's fair to say to somebody at this point, we aren't going to, you know, allow you to be there at once we've said you can be there. So I think we have a commitment, and certainly once we make a commitment, I think I'm going to support us sticking with that commitment. So I will be supporting it for that reason, and appreciate the work you're doing to keep both campuses separated and certainly safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. And, you know, wow, some great comments from our colleagues, obviously. And, you know, we know these are our students, but then again, there are some students I believe attend Savant Prep that are also out of our district. I'm pretty sure that's the case as well. You know, I know
that's true.
We did make a commitment to Savant Prep, and I know this was something that we agreed upon a few months ago, but a few months ago, we were definitely not in the crisis that we're in now. You know, the pandemic that we've entered, like we've said so many times, is unprecedented, was something that we had no plan for. And, you know, it's really had a major impact in many different ways, obviously financially and emotionally and, you know, academically for our students. And, you know, I was never happy about this project to start with because, you know, it's just odd to have a charter school and our school together on one campus. I understand that Del Vallejo isn't at capacity, so there is room there. I definitely know a lot about special ed, and to have our classes designed specifically for students with disabilities, you know, there's a lot of planning that's gone into that to meet specific needs and accommodations for our kids. And so I'm hoping, and it sounds like, you know, our students that were moved to similar facilities with the same accommodations for them, because that's really important in regards to the programming we have for our students with disabilities. So I'd like to be reassured about that. On the fiscal impact, you know, and I know Dr. Flores mentioned about $500,000. And so I guess this question would go to Janie. That $500,000, is that part of our projected budget for next year? And is that money we could save if we were to table this or to put it on hold?
Thanks, Scott. That's a great question. So we are using facility funds to do this work. It's one time, some fencing and playground equipment. It's about $450,000, you know, still nearly $500,000. We will use the extra portion we're receiving from the charter school. So we're charging you charge more when they're on your facilities to help offset that, and we'll get that every year. So it's still, you know, an impact of about $450,000. And so it will come out of other restricted facility funds, which reduces what we can do in other areas for facilities.
Okay, and that was definitely my intent. My question was, I was wondering if it would impact maybe other projects or that we have in place that may be set back or put on hold now because of our, you know, our deficit that we're looking at. And I saw Dr. Menardez, I believe, had a response as well.
Yes, Dr. Wyatt, thank you. So in your question regarding the special education students that may have been moved from those portables. So to clarify, the portables, at least in the last 2 years that I know that I've been supervising Del Vallejo, those classrooms, and actually I'm going to say it's longer than that since I've been in the district, have actually been used by one of our non-public schools that have special education students.
And so any student that is not in that non-public setting had already been integrated into the programs at Del Vallejo. Del Vallejo doesn't have severely handicapped programs. They have mild to severe. And so you know that that's a basic classroom setting. So in terms of the Savant taking the classrooms of the non-public, I know Dr. Lundy was working with the team to find another location for that non-public school because we still have some students there. We don't have a lot. It's a very small school, but we have some. But in terms of the specialized classroom setting, that didn't pertain to that group of students.
Okay, and I do greatly appreciate that response, Dr. Menares. And I imagine you probably reported that to us in the past, but it's been quite some time. So I just wanted to make sure I had clarification there. You know, I want also it to be known that I think Savant Prep's doing an amazing job with our students and students from out of our district. So it's nothing about the Savant Prep program. It's actually, I think, an outstanding program. And, you know, sometimes I question some of our charters and their rigor and their level of accountability and performance, but I don't believe Savant Prep is one of those schools. I will say at this time, I'm definitely not in favor of moving forward. Not saying I'm not in favor of it happening. At this time, you know, I definitely feel a little bit differently about what's going on just because of the crisis that we're in and definitely the fiscal crisis that we're in. And that's one of the reasons why I was looking for clarification from Janie. So I appreciate that. I thought we were going to table this, but if we're going to a vote, I'm definitely leaning not in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, and I think when this was brought to our attention, at least I was concerned about the location. It is an elementary school entering into a middle school area, and just the way it was going to be, the space was going to be handled. I did have concerns then. I do support in a way for us to table this item. The budget right now is, as Dr. Wyatt mentioned earlier, the school is doing really good. You could tell that they're passionate, and this has nothing to do with you know, supporting them at what they're doing. I just feel that we're not there at the moment, and especially the location. I just wasn't supporting the exact location of the way it was placed. So that's where I'm coming from right now.
Okay, thank you. Let me make sure I have everyone's comments in there before I speak. No other comments. Yes, you know, and hearing you all board members and just digesting this again, you know, I'm inclined to try to ask the question either around tabling it or waiting. And for this reason, we also initially moved away from the elementary school, which was the other option, as Dr. Mitchell mentioned. So I'm thinking, you know, some of the work that we requested as a board then before we were here is some of the funding issue, and where we're trying to look at this budget and cut back. We understand, and for the public to understand that $500,000, that's something we have no control over, as Mr. Gallo and Dr. Hill explained. But what we do have control over is some of the things that we wanted to have done in order to get the school up to par and keep the separation as you know, we discussed. Whereas the other school may, or somewhere else may not require all of that. And so I think
some schools may require even more facilities adjustments to make room. So I believe that facilities not only brings us where there are schools with room, but where that it is feasible to make adjustments to this campus to make room for it. So so the board votes no tonight. Number one, there is also costs related to the time that staff has spent mocking up and working on this. We've had legal fees drafting this over several months and time, and I'm saying that's okay, but there are other costs that the board has expended on this project with staff time, as well as architect plans, as well as legal fees that we went on your direction to say we agree with Del Vallejo, make these adjustments to the MOU. So I just want to remind the board of that. Secondly, there's no guarantee that another school would cost less.
That's correct.
And certainly putting off the vote tonight does not relieve us of our responsibility to provide a piece of property to Savant. So I just want to remind the board of that. And we're happy to go back to the either vote and
I
we
think
can go back to the drawing board or pull it, whatever you would like
I
to
hear
do.
you. And I think at this time it would be prudent of us just to be able to weigh those numbers to say, as you're saying, another one may be more or maybe less, but you know, I think it behooves us to know for sure, to know for certain what we can do, especially when we're going to ask some things, as we said earlier, and we're making this as real as we can make it to everyone. We got to take some cuts. Cuts are coming one way or the other. And we understand our thinking 2-3 months ago was a tad bit different because we weren't facing what we were facing. And as I hear the board members have explained and expressed, and I appreciate their comments, is that this has nothing to do with the school itself. It has to do with what we're needing to put out or what we're going to be looking at down the road. Right now, what is the cost? How much have we put into it? Where we are right now? Should we stop? And this is what I'm hearing, you know, from the board. Board, correct?
You're not hearing it. You're not hearing it from me. We already got that data that was presented to us months ago with the cost analyses of what it would cost to modify the other several choices that were provided to us. And this was the one that was the least costly and most doable.
And also that was
I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished my comment yet.
No, go ahead, Mr. Gallo. Go ahead.
Let's just not forget that we'd already been through this in a comprehensive analyses that was presented to us by the facilities group.
Okay, is there another comment? Dr. Flores, was that you chiming in? I'm looking for a comment.
Yes, I was just saying that was pre-COVID.
Yes, correct.
I don't think the costs will matter pre-COVID, post-COVID.
So again, my question would be to the board, and Dr. Mitchell, you said tonight, as opposed to getting this information, I don't, you know, if we were to table it or to wait another couple of weeks or whatnot to be certain to have that data, what impact would that have?
Tabling it will not relieve the board's responsibility of providing a property.
No,
We
right.
will have to analyze property to figure out where we can create space. The cost may go up. It may be more to create a separate space. I want to remind the board that we brought this analysis to you and we went down this pathway because you said you did not want the elementary to compete with elementary. Number two, you did not want Savant to have access or commingle with Del Vallejo, so you want some
It was a
fencing.
middle school, correct.
And we have experienced costs through their staff time on this analysis, the legal fees drafting the MOU, as well as the plotting of the improvements to accommodate Savant on campus. So I don't want the board to believe you have experienced costs already for this. You will experience more as we go back to the board to determine where we might be able to co-facilitate on one of our existing campuses.
Okay.
And
go ahead,
Ms. Rogers. So, and because we're able to charge them more because they're on our facilities, we'll get, let me just look it up really quick. I think $59,000 a year to offset the 430 estimated costs for fencing and playground. So the costs come in when you have the drawings, as Dr. Mitchell talked about, and the plans drawn up. That's where a lot of the cost is as well.
In the amount that you just indicated per year, and
the
the
MOU
amount that you've given us, the one-time amount, so it's the 400, I think you said like kind of 450-ish.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the data. It looks like an estimated cost of, I'm pulling it up, 430,000, and then we will charge Savant. It depends on whether you're on your facilities or not, how much you can charge.
Okay.
But we'll get 59,000 annually.
Per year.
Okay. Per year.
Yes,
year.
correct.
We will recoup that.
And this would be a 5-year deal.
Okay.
Over 5 years, you'll recoup most of the dollars
Okay,
that we.
so that's important. I know we probably heard this and kind of went back, but right now we're hearing this amount, 450, is out the door for us in this time that we're at. But there is some recouping.
Absolutely. Yeah, Suki went over that, 59,000 per year for use of the buildings.
Okay.
And again, board, I also want to say that if your goal is to say no charge, that's not possible. Because
Right.
if we move into any school, there is a cost associated with that. So, this does not relieve you of a cost associated with providing a property as required by Prop 39 in law.
Got it.
Is what I'm saying. If the board's intent is to minimize all costs, that's not possible.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. That part we know. I think we get that part. It would be nice to be zero, but it's not going to be.
But it's not.
Okay. Was there another? Let me see. Dr. Flores.
Yes,
and then
that was me.
Dr. Flores, then Dr. Hill, and then.
I want to reiterate what Dr. Wyatt and Board Member Rosales Medina said. It has nothing to do with the quality of Savant. They're excellent. My concern, and that's why I asked Janie, right now it's restricted funds, but the legislature and the governor may release those funds so that we can mitigate our losses. Janie, I would like to know how much money we have in facilities. How many millions do we have?
So the governor,
do you know that off the top?
The governor won't make the facility funds flexible.
No.
He's not done that. He's done it with categoricals, but I can get that to you, Dr. Flores.
Okay. Yes, I would like that. And so when you spoke, it's not just going to be the fencing, and it's not just going to be the playground. They're going to have to do construction inside those classrooms because they were for special needs kids. And what's the cost of that? So it could go up. This is just your ballpark cost. And so if it did go up, it would be more than the 430,000. Because I've been around quite a while, and those are just your projections. And I know there'll be other costs that come into play. And so I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Christakos, will you be able to speak any more to that, or how close you think you are or not?
So they have architects that look at what we have to do. Things have to go to DSA, and they give pretty good estimates. I don't know about them, what they have to redo to the special education classrooms. They're just larger.
Walk the campus and walk the classrooms, and there's no major construction needs in the classroom. The 430, 440 is the total cost to my understanding. And then we get 59,000 back per year. And so if the board's intent is to have zero output on this, I don't think that we can get to that in any site that we push into.
But is there, and is this, I know you said there was one other school, is there?
Ingram was our other school that we were looking at that had the availability of classrooms.
Which did not have the issue of the fencing.
Yeah, but we still would want the Savant and the Ingram to be separate. So there would be some work related to making them separate schools, which would probably be more difficult at elementary than it is at a larger middle school. The board also was concerned about a K-6 charter with a K-6 elementary in terms of competition.
Right.
The board voiced concern about competition at the 6th grade level here at Del Vallejo. If we go to an elementary, you'd have all grade levels eligible. The potential for that across all the grade levels is not just one.
Dr. Mitchell, Tom Pace just texted me, and he just reiterated that this was the least expensive cost of any school that was considered.
The least expensive, okay. All right,
So
board.
that
Madam President, I have one more question.
All
If
right.
we have to physically distance, how is Savant going to do that? I'm raising it rhetorically.
do you want to answer to that, Dr. Flores? I would imagine Savant would do the
No,
same.
I don't, because it's going to be
Okay.
impossible.
Okay.
If it's impossible for them, it'll be impossible for us.
Right. Okay, board, I would like to call for a vote, or what are we doing?
Madam President, I would like to speak.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Hill. I didn't click back over there.
Okay, thanks. You know, if it means we need to pay a security guard instead of putting up a fence, you know, we can look at what we need to do at this point as far as finance is concerned. My vote is based on our commitment to Savant. And as all of you know, when we first talked about Savant going on any school campus, I was not supportive of that, not even Del Viejo. But once staff, you came back to say the principal at Del Viejo said there's space and she didn't have a problem with it. I trust our principals. I trust you as cabinet. And it was at that point we got the word back to Savant. Take the walkthrough, look at it, see if you still want to go over. And the message that came back to us was they did. So I'm basing my vote on our commitment to Savant. Not to, and that it doesn't matter if it was before or after the pandemic. The bottom line is I just don't feel good going back on my word. And since I haven't done it in 40 years and making commitments, I'm not going to do it tonight either. So it has nothing to do with whether I think is right or wrong, but the commitment that we made months ago is the one that I will continue to support. Because again, I would not want, as the principal of a school or the CEO of a school, I would not want someone to come to me 2 months before opening the school, when it takes most of us a year or two to open the school, to say, oops, sorry, you know, but you're out of luck. And I'm not going to go on record saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. And I believe Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, the thing is that I just want to mention to Dr. Mitchell, I was never supportive of the idea of having it. And I know that you mentioned if it was an elementary school, it wouldn't have been ideal as well. I just did the way the school is situated and the way it was going to go into campus, I just didn't feel comfortable then, and I really don't feel comfortable now. I just want to make sure that it's noted that it's not something that we had already decided. Some of us had conversations before, didn't mean that we were full support. We were in full support.
No, I was suggesting that I got board consensus to move forward planning for Del Viejo. Otherwise, we would not have continued planning at Del Viejo. It was the only thing I wanted to mention. But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Okay, board. Well, as we know that this is something we have to do by law for our charter schools. We've looked fiscally, and I'm seeing in the notes here that there is no additional classroom improvements needed, and I can only go by the information that I'm being given. And this is the least cost-effective school site at this time. So I am waiting.
What are you waiting for? You want to call for the question? There's a motion and a second on the table.
Again, there's a motion and a second on the.
Yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and call for the vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina. She there?
Yeah, I'm right here. No.
Dr. Wyatt.
Nay, no.
Dr. Hill.
Yes.
And Gwen Rogers, nay.
You forgot me.
And Dr. Flores?
Nay.
All right.
President Rogers, I have a question.
Yes.
So board, I want to make sure we're basically sending staff back to the table to work with Savant. And I want to clarify my perception, and that is this is primarily a cost issue, that we're looking for a less expensive alternative. I know you've made comments about COVID and distancing and that type of thing, which are very valid concerns, but we don't have complete or direct answers around guidance for that right now. So I just want to clarify that you're looking for a less expensive alternative. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's pretty much the reoccurring theme. We want to see, we want to know. Someone suggested, I don't know if karmic was part of that as well, but what we are wanting to do is to definitely look and see and be prudent about knowing where we are right now. Is there at least another cost-effective way, school site, or even the building or the design or whatever is being done, to go back and just take another thorough look at that, so that we can make a decision. We know what we have to do. We know what we need to do, but we want to make sure we're doing it fiscally. And I think that's what I'm hearing.
Thank you.
I do want to mention, though, that for me personally, it was the way the classrooms were situated and how it went into the school site. So for me, it was more of an issue of the way the way it was cut within the school itself.
And I think also that, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, that also can be added in the process, what again, the board is looking for, but under the guise of being cost effective.
And Dr. Volkemer, what's the mandated time frame for a response?
We have to. We're at that point. We need to go back to the table and reach and get an extension. The Savant has complied with our statutory timelines, and so at this point, I need to get some guidance from staff and legal on our obligations at this point. I know that our backs are against the wall in terms of being able to open up successfully for next year. I also want to get some clarity that with Double A-Hole, in terms of what Ms. Rosales Medina is talking about around the way the plotting was situated. Now, at an elementary school, you typically will have one entryway. And so one of the things that we tried to offer at Double A-Hole was that Savant's parents could enter a whole different space. There's less opportunity for that elementary. So I want to get the board's direction. No middle school, no high school, only elementary campuses to be considered.
Well, it's not my recommendation, but
yeah, I want to get some parameters so I don't keep bringing back schools that we reject.
We don't have any other campuses that is not necessarily on site, at a school site?
No.
We don't have any space?
Not that could take considerable dollars to make a functioning elementary campus. You got to remember the law views the charters as still our students that have the same rights to a functioning school environment that students would have had they been here. So we can't take a maintenance yard and make it into a school.
I wasn't referring to that either. I was just asking to see if there was space.
What liabilities are we assuming if we don't provide them with facilities on a reasonable time scale to allow them to open?
It says saying that we have to offer comparable space and we could get sued. Let me get Suki on the line.
I think he was asking the timeline, though, Dr.
Yeah, I already asked that timeline. Yeah, now I ask for the liabilities.
I'm going to get Suki on the line.
If you don't make a decision on some time frame here, which we're supposedly up against, can they come back on us and say, you failed to provide us with adequate facilities. You didn't give us time for us to acquire even a lease with our current landlord. And what kind of liabilities would we incur?
Madam President, this is Dr. Flores. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, and they're getting, okay, Mr. Gallo, he's getting Suki on the line for you. And
Suki is advising that we take this to close because we're talking a lot. Wow, thank you.
After the fact.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
Close. Okay. Suki's available for close if we want to go.
Okay. Okay, and we're going back into another closed session. So, Dr. Flores, did you have something else, or can we just wait until we?
I was just going to ask if there are any schools that we have no students at, like Carmack.
And so I think we'll find we can ask more of that. We'll have that for one of the questions when we go into close. Is that okay?
Okay, sure. But I'm wondering if there's a school site, like what Miss Benita said, that's not occupied. Yeah.
And that may be. And I asked that question earlier about the same.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Okay, all right. We're going to go ahead and move forward to 11.3, proposed contract amendment for Deputy Superintendent.
Can we get Mr. Tillman back?
Yes, I'm going to text him right now. All right, should be coming in shortly. All right, one more time.
He's joining.
Okay, I see it. Okay. All right, Mr. Tillman, you're back.
I'm back.
Okay, test your mic. Sounds good. All right, we are now on item 11.3, the proposed contract amendment for the Deputy Superintendent. All right, board.
I take it we need a motion
Yes,
to consider this, so I'll make a motion to approve.
I second it.
Okay, a motion and second. All right, now discussion. Is there any discussion at this time?
So explain, Gwen, what we're actually doing.
So we are reviewing Dr. Volkmer. As you know, Dr. Volkmer was, we had him through our last superintendent to run through as the interim. But now since then, we have put a pause on our recruitment, and we have looked at now to have Dr. Volkmer stay and throughout this upcoming school year. While we continue at a later date, so perhaps towards the end of the year, we will also be looking at reopening back up.
So just to be clear, because this says deputy superintendent, he'll lose the title of deputy and the title of interim, be the superintendent?
Interim. This is for interim, to remain interim.
Okay.
Are there any other discussion on it?
Yes. Madam President, I'd like to make a statement. I'd like to thank Dr. Volkmer for stepping up to the plate. We know that you wanted to retire, but we are very thankful because of your dedication to our district and our staff and so forth. And, you know, basically they trust you, they know you, we know you. And these are, you know, very rugged times, and just want to express, you know, our heartfelt gratitude to you. And you know, we will be here to support you. Thank you.
Dr. Hill.
Thank you. And I ditto what Dr. Flores. I'm very pleased, Mr. Volkermer, Dr. Volkermer, with your leadership. I guess my little confusion this was based on the current superintendent's contract. Is that what you are getting right now, or would it be some of the conditions that, because there are other parts of the contract? Will we continue what we're doing now, or we're looking at all the additions in the contract?
That's correct, Dr. Hill. Currently, the arrangement we have is just the superintendent's salary. This would include some of the other caveats within the contract.
Okay, would it include all of them?
As is written, yes.
Okay, because I thought, and I don't know if the other board members have looked at the contract. I thought there were a couple of things that really weren't well, you know, again, I appreciate all the work you're doing, and I certainly want to see you here. As far as the salary is concerned, especially going through this, you probably need the salary doubles. But there are just a couple of other things in there that I had a concern with. I don't know if we can either table this, and I guess I need to ask all of my fellow board members, did you look at the entire contract?
Madam President, may I speak? This is Dr. Flores.
Yes, go ahead.
We could move to discuss this issue in closed session and then vote on it when we come back out.
Can we do that?
That would just be wonderful, you know, because it has absolutely nothing to do with Dr. Volkerman's performance. He's done a tremendous job, and it has nothing to do with his salary either. So, but there are some things that if we could just table this and then report out after closed session.
Not just report out, Dr. Hill, we would vote on it after we discuss.
And vote on it, yes.
Okay. Yes.
And if that is, if I have the consensus to do that, because I know that there were some questions, or at least I thought there were, but if we can do that, and then we can get some clarity on those questions in closed session, that would be great. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's primarily with me. I need some clarity on some of it.
And it's not just Dr. Hill. I thought, honestly, I thought we were going to have the discussion beforehand. I think yeah, so I was under a different impression as well. Just to look at the contract and have a conversation on the contract and then move from there. But I don't know yet, since you're saying that we would still be voting after the fact when we come back from closed session.
Well, everyone is taking a look at it, and I think this is this part we will have the discussion, because each person probably have jotted down or want to discuss, and we can do that in closed session, and we should be able to come bring it to a vote. Okay. All right. Well, perfect. We'll move to 12.1, review a board request, and I believe that will be Dr. Menares.
Yes, board. Okay, so not that many follow-ups, if I captured them all. It was pretty unanimous that the board would like to be part of and really leading the budget reduction meetings, having public hearings to make sure that there's transparency, that it's a collective approach, all voices are heard. So that will be captured and definitely included in the next steps. There was a request to schedule an additional special board meeting in late June to approve the budget. So we'll capture that, make sure that we work with you, Madam President, to schedule that. And in doing that, bring back an overall timeline at the May 28th special board meeting. So we'll include all of that. The timeline, we'll include the special board meeting in the timeline that will come back on May 28th. Mr. Tillman asked us to consider drive-through graduations as a voluntary event. Also giving thought to it doesn't have to happen by June 4th. And then Mr. Tillman also asked us to investigate if a person comes to work and becomes ill or passes away due to COVID, what is the liability on the district? We will look into that. Ms. Rogers, you asked, and this I believe came from the coffee with you and Dr. Hill, will there be distance learning and a summer program for adult school for Sierra and for San Andreas? Did I capture that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the last one, you would also, that came from the coffee with you and Dr. Hill and the community, is to provide additional clarity on grading and the hold harmless policy associated with grading.
Correct.
And that is all I have.
Board, did everyone's comments get captured? Okay. I don't see any.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Dr. Menares.
You're welcome.
All right, so we are going to adjourn to closed session, and then we will be reporting out. Correct? So if everyone would.
We'll be reporting out and voting, Madam President.
And voting, yes, yes, voting and reporting out our vote. All right, thank you to the public. We are now going to go back into a second closed session, and we'll see you after.
Hi, Ginger and Linda.
Oh, there are people left.
All board members of the team.
All right. David's here too. Hey, David.
They didn't actually go home.
And to all our lovely fans
We
out
are
there.
home.
You're home. I'm still at work.
To all our viewers, welcome to Wednesday.
Right.
Good morning to all. Did we lose some board members? There they are.
They're coming back.
Maybe.
I'm back.
There.
Well, there goes that meeting.
Oh boy. Look like the whole crew's here. We're ready to go.
Wow. Uh-oh, somebody's got feedback.
And we still have people watching us too. Let me just say that. Barbie, you're muted.
Yeah, I know, because I thought I was getting fed.
Oop, there it is.
Yeah, that's probably you. Yeah.
We got you on there twice, actually. Barbara and Barbara are here.
That's why Barbara's getting feedback. She's on two. You got to log out of one, Barbara.
Yeah, you got to get out of the other one, right?
Just click the X on one of your tabs.
I did. Am I okay now?
Yeah, the correct one, right. No, you should have clicked this one.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I couldn't get on the other one, and so I went back and did it again. So my Wi-Fi is really slow. I'm in Podunk, Madeira.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, seeing mom?
Oh, we had a death in our family.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Condolences, Barbara.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, are we ready to go? Item 11.3, proposed contract amendment for Deputy Superintendent. Be it resolved that the Board of Education appoints Harold J. Volkemer, Deputy Superintendent, as interim superintendent effective May 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, based on the current contract amendments. And item 10, fringe benefits, deletion of item number C, E, I, and J.
So moved.
Second.
Yay. It's been moved and properly second. We will now, we will now call for the vote. Okay, Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Mike Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers. Aye. Motion carried. Congratulations, Dr. Volkemer. Dr. Volkemer is late. We definitely, again, as we echoed going out, we do appreciate everything that you've done. We know that it's just some different times right now, but we appreciate your leadership and your guidance and everything that has been taking place. And we're looking forward for the next school year as we make all of the social distancing and all of the adjustments that we're going to be making. We appreciate you. All right.
To adjourn.
All right. All right.
I think you should give Dr. Volkemer the opportunity to say a few words if he would like.
Yes.
Sure.
Right.
Well,
Remove
you
the
all
motion.
adjourned before he could open it.
Yeah, we haven't voted. We didn't vote yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is he going to
So
say words?
I'll make it very quick.
There you are.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank
Good
you,
morning.
Board, for your confidence in me, but I really have to pass that confidence right along to our team. I'm just so, as I've said before, I'm so proud of what we've been able to accomplish in the last couple months with the challenges that have faced us. I'm very appreciative of your guidance and your support, both personally and professionally. It means a lot to me. And so I look forward to working with you and getting through these next couple of challenges. But thank you very much for what you did this evening. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you. And I believe there's a motion, it's been moved and properly seconded, and meeting is adjourned at 12:17. Our next board meeting will be Tuesday.
No, our special board meeting.
Wait, we will have a special board
28th.
meeting on May the 28th.
8.
And yes, and following that, our next board meeting will be June the 1st, looks like. All right, thank you, everybody. Have a great night. And we will see
Good night,
you.
everybody.
Good night,
everyone.
Great morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi, guys.
Good morning.
Bye, Ginger. See you on the track.